Welcome to the opening seminar of our program. This DEVELOP2 program is jointly funded by the Academy of Finland and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have 9 excellent projects, and we will hear the project presentations today. And also we will have a very interesting keynote speech, followed also by a panel discussion. And the theme of our opening seminar is towards sustainable partnerships. And so we basically everything is evolved around those issues. We have a brand new program brochure and also handouts of each of the research projects. We have some samples in the lobby, but we have also these bookmarks. They include a QR code, so you can use the QR code, which leads to you to this new brochure that we have. So please feel free to grab some of these bookmarks and enjoy the brochure also. But now, without further delays, I would like to call Professor Tarja Väyrynen, the chairperson of the steering committee, to open this event. Thank you.
So good morning. My name is Tarja Väyrynen. I'm professor of peace and conflict research from Tampere Peace Research Institute, Tampere University. I would like to first welcome you all to this opening seminar. This is a wonderful occasion to get to know each other and hear more about your research. And this is the theme today is towards sustainable partnership. And DEVELOP2 is Academia Research Council program, which is first time, and then it was called, of course, Development1, launched in 2017. And when that ended, we had a wonderful closing seminar. I think it was a year ago or something like that. And at that time already it was announced that DEVELOP2 program will follow. And it is, as the first one was, this as well is a joint program with the Research Council of Finland and Finnish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which I, of course, first would like to thank you very much for this wonderful cooperation we have had during these 2 programs. We received 85 applications and 9 applications were funded. So I think you all have a good reason to congratulate yourself because this was heavily competed research funding. So we got high quality of applications. And they were, of course, like in all free academic research, they were reviewed in a very detailed process. We were able to deliver 6.3 million euros altogether for this program. And as you all know, this is multidisciplinary, phenomenon-driven, problem-based research that targets global development issues. And I think it's in a way it's unique. Of course, in Finnish Research Council, we are able to fund development-related project applications, but this is unique in the sense that this brings together high-quality scholarship in this field. I just wanted to shortly summarize goals and themes of the program. And they are, of course, we are here to produce, and the program is aimed at producing new research-based knowledge on issues of global development. Of course, knowledge dissemination is extremely important, and you all are also experts in that. We trust in that this will be knowledge will be extremely well disseminated. We also want to support informed decision-making and implementation. And at the same time, the goal is to promote Finnish expertise and multi-actor cooperation between research, business, and non-governmental organizations. And there are some key themes which I summarized here, tried to compress them into a couple of words. And these are, of course, extremely topical issues. Sustainable economy, efficient society, food security, biodiversity, environmental health, sustainable use of natural resources. And these are, of course, one of the most burning issues of whole planet Earth we are living right now. Since the goal of today is to discuss what does it mean to have a sustainable partnership with, between the global North and global South. And I collected a couple of key themes from ethical guidelines for partnerships between global South and global North. I think the document was published last year, and there it was a joint collection. Several experts worked on this document, and I collected some of the key themes which should inform all cooperation with the global South, global South and global North. Of course, we are then talking about responsible and inclusive academic partnerships, and we have seen that in your project applications. Also, joint agenda setting and open dialogue. So this is really meant to be even co-production, or not just even, it is meant to be co-production of knowledge. We are talking about co-production of knowledge when we are talking about responsible partnerships. And of course, we are talking about dialogue at the same time. What also was interesting in that document, and which I highly appreciate, is that it also encouraged critical thinking and self-reflection within academic partnerships. So we truly trust that this point is also at the center of your projects. And finally, I just want to show you the wonderful program we are having today. First, we have going to have a keynote, then short break, project presentations, lunch, then we continue with presentations, coffee break, and then panel discussion and closing words. So we are supposed to close something like 4:15. But now I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Eva Gagiri-Galansi. She's Head of Communities and Partnerships, Scientia Scripta. So Eva, please.
Good morning, everyone. Those who are joining us online and face-to-face. It's unfortunate about the cancellations, but I hope that also those who are online are going to engage with the session. I hope there is a platform for asking questions and interacting. I'll hate for this to be a one-way conversation. And this is what this is actually. This is not, in my mind, a keynote. This is a conversation. And it's a conversation about what is happening currently in North-South relationships, in research partnerships, what is working, what's not working, and perhaps how we should think about moving forward. So the reason I titled this presentation as Beyond Buzzwords to Challenging the Status Quo is because this is not the first time we are really talking about sustainable partnerships, is it? I think everybody in this room who has engaged at any one point with development research has talked about this. There was a time when it used to be all about participatory and co-design and co-production, co-creation of research, or even with communities when doing research. But it's got to a point where there is a sort of fatigue in the sector. And I don't know to what extent, for instance, you have engaged or discussed with your partners in the Global South about all the different guidelines and principles that have been developed in the last, say, 5 years around equitable partnerships. And there is a fatigue in the Global South with these guidelines and principles. And the fatigue is stemming from the fact that these are not new. They've been discussed for a long time, but the challenge of implementation seems to remain. And so this is what I'd like to talk about today. Like, why are we not being able to move forward? And how is it like we can take those guidelines, those principles that we have co-produced or co-designed, and do action? I'm going to start with this figure that looks a bit like a mind map. It's taken from a publication by Steve Wagner and Chris Haxam. I'd really encourage you to read that particular book. It's called The Theory of Collaborative Advantage. It's a book they wrote after doing quite a bit of research about how collaborations are formed. And it started with them analyzing like collaboration and partnerships between public institutions, public-private organizations, between public and NGO sector, and globally. And from that, they came up with these themes. So these are themes in collaboration practice. And this is what they say about collaboration. They say that there is advantage in collaborating, but there's also something called collaboration inertia. So advantage in collaboration is that you have strength in numbers. You work with your partners, you're more likely to produce better outputs from your research or your partnership. But there is also collaboration inertia, which is that point where the collaboration starts to become complex, and there's conflict, and there's difficulty in maintaining it. But what they also say is that when they did this study and came up with this theory of collaborative advantage, they found that regardless of whether those collaborations were happening between different sectors, between different regions or geographies, there were prevalent themes that appeared to always be there. And these were things like identity, common aims, communication and language, trust, power, social capital, accountability, risks that come with collaborating, commitment, resources, and everything else that you see on that slide. And this is not unique to any setting. It happens every time you want to work with one another. But when it comes to research collaboration with the Global South, the difference is especially how power and resource is centered. So if you look at your relationships now, and not just yours, but any relationships between the Global South and the Global North, we know that it is governed by development policies. And in most cases, the development policies that govern those relationships are in the Global North. And they might be national or regional, so we are talking that Finland might have their own development policy, which then guides how they collaborate or how they fund research. And then there's something like at the EU level, which also has their own development policies, which also determines what things are funded. And then there's development theories, and this might apply in your projects, or they might not, depending on what disciplines you work in. But even those continue to advise and to inform development policies, because the idea behind it is that development theories have been researched and they've been produced to guide development policies. And then, of course, there's politics. If it's a far-right government that's in power, or if it's a leftist government, we know if it's a left government, there might be more money going into development research. If it's a right-wing government, we know there's going to be cuts. And that's global. It's not unique to Finland. It's happening everywhere. And then, of course, there's economics. every country is individual. Let nobody lie about that to you. Even the partners you work with in the Global South are individual. They have nationalistic agendas. Everybody wants to be ahead of someone, and there is power dynamics. The difference is that some countries are more fortunate than others when it comes to their GDP. And so the economics then decides and challenges what development policies are designed, and then also what is funded. And economics tends to be tied quite closely sometimes even to the research agenda, because countries might only want to fund research that is going to inform where they have opportunities and gaps to expand their economic advantage. And that happens everywhere. And then, of course, you have institutions. You all come from universities, probably, hopefully, or probably, and even those have their own agendas. You are operating in an environment that is competitive. You have scholarship, and you have other things that push you as an institution to want to be ahead of that game. And then to encompass all this is something what I call extrinsic value. So it is sort of shameful that if you are a country that is doing well economically, not to be seen to be responsible. And because of that, you fund development research to avoid the risk that is associated with being somebody who's inactive in that space. And that is an extrinsic value. And then somewhere on the periphery, and this is your typical researcher who's trying to separate themselves from all this complexity that's happening on the left, they're really driven by scholarship and knowledge. As a researcher, you're interested in the knowledge production, you're interested in the research that you're doing, and then you have this desire to contribute to society. And you are working in this complex environment. And I'd like to center that discussion a bit more and how it exactly plays into the relationships that then tend to emerge from low and middle income institutions cooperating with high income country institutions. So on the left side, this is, unfortunately, it looks like there's a lot happening, but I'll explain this figure. So on the left side, you have an institution in a low and middle income country, and this is their setting. They are centered around labor market and education. Their main role in that society is to educate the masses and hopefully produce a couple of graduates and PhDs who then go on to get jobs. And that is sort of their mandate. And then in a very small space, they're told, while you're doing that, you can do some research, but we are not really going to fund it a lot. We are going to give you about 0.1% of the GDP to do that. And then somewhere around that comes that issue of resource constraints. These universities, at the same time, are contending with colonial legacies. So they are themselves and have been formed, many of them, in the post-colonial era. Some of them maybe in the beginning of the 1960s. You're rarely going to find very old universities in many global South countries, especially those that went through colonization. And they're also struggling with repositioning themselves. So they're trying to detach themselves from these colonial legacies to form new identities, to define who they are in this post-colonial era. And they might be working in an environment that has supportive policies, but they have implementation struggles with those policies. And in reality, even when they are told that, okay, we are going to give you 0.1% of your GDP, of the GDP to do research, they are told your research needs to be applied because we have a lot of societal challenges which need to be addressed. So there is really no space to put up, like, to have creative research or blue sky research that doesn't have immediate application in society. And the partner is a university in a high-income country. This university, yes, it has education as its mandate, and yes, it's supposed to produce candidates and graduates who are going to go into the labor market, but research is also centered in its existence. And surrounding that is better resources and enabling policies. And these universities in high-income countries have the space to develop long-term visions. So they have strategies running up to 30 years from now, perhaps, thinking about where they want to be between now and the next 5, 10 years, 15 years. They have time to position themselves strategically, both nationally and globally, and they have time to build robust research ecosystems. At the same time, they're operating in an environment that's very competitive. They're looking at rankings because we associate rankings with excellence. And now everybody knows that education has become a commodity, even in a country like Finland, where before it was a basic right. And with that comes research excellence. And these universities, because they already are able to position themselves strategically, they're able to put themselves forward in those rankings. They're able to define what research excellence is, and they're able to define what good education is. And you can imagine what happens when institutions from these two settings come together. This is what happens. There is immediately a relationship that starts from inequity. And the inequity is not by design by the partners. I highly doubt there's a researcher anywhere in a Finnish university that starts a relationship by saying, I'm going into that relationship because I have power. The inequity starts from systems. They are both operating in a system that is unequal already. And with that inequity comes power asymmetry. By default, an institution coming from a high-income country comes with power. And that power begins to define the relationship. Even before it has started, it's already been defined. And that's what then yields dominance of an exclusive research system. And institutions from a high-income country are themselves part of a research system that is both dominating on a global scale, and even when they start to partner at the national level, it dominates the power in the South. And we know that whoever is dominating that research system is the one who defines the rules of the game. But I'm not telling this to you because you don't know it. You know it. You've been working in this sector for a long time. You've been doing research with partners from the Global South for a long time. And you probably know this anyway, how this power in South-North relationships works. If you go into just any random search, even right now on Google Scholar, where you search words like equitable partnerships, responsible partnerships with the Global South, you're going to see how prominent this issue of power features as something that keeps coming up all the time in terms of difficulty, as an issue that makes as an issue that makes relationships between the Global South and North difficult. And you can see it in how it impacts things like knowledge production. So when you go into the field, which theories and approaches dominate research processes? If you look at them, most theories, even in development research, or even whatever field you're researching about, emerge from the Global North. It also impacts whose knowledge counts. So when you go, you might have researchers working with you from a Global South institution, but in that context, there might be community members and indigenous knowledge who are also knowledgeable and should contribute to that knowledge production. But then their knowledge doesn't count because the way the research system is designed, it does not accommodate that kind of knowledge because it doesn't contribute to what has been defined as research excellence. And then there's tokenism, and you'll see that as well. This is perfunctory representation of underrepresented groups, like what I'm talking about. So you might find that, because we have now advanced in how we want to do co-production and co-creation, we say we are going to include community groups, but we do it as a tick box exercise. You invite people to one session when you're doing research, you give them a stipend for the day, you ask them a couple of questions, and their contribution to that knowledge production process ends there. And it also facilitates institutional biases on whose knowledge is more superior, whose contribution is more superior, and you come with assumptions about whose value matters and whose knowledge value matters. And then, of course, we know how it can impact alignment of goals, policies, and agenda setting. And this is actually a sticky point. And I know it's a sticky point even for researchers in Global North institutions who themselves might not be as included in policy-making decisions as they would like. So this is about how our researchers' agenda is defined, who is included, who gets to decide what is researched. We could say it's not all bad. Development research or funding into development research has yielded some results. We can see that research output has been growing. We cannot say that it's all funding from the Global North. We know that countries in the Global South have themselves been increasing input or financial input into research. But you can see the changes that have occurred in trying to increase the research output from Global South institutions. So this is only a representation of Africa, but Africa's scientific output grew by 10% just between 2015 and 2019. And in the 11 areas of science outlined in the 2021 UNESCO report, Africa's share of global publications increased to 1.5%. And if you look at global scientific publications in 2019, those coming from Africa were 3.54, from Sub-Saharan Africa 1.8, and from the Arab states in Africa 1.74. So we could argue that, okay, so what's the problem? Research output has increased. Yes, we know that we are working in a setting that is a bit complex. There is issues around power, there is issues around collaboration and agenda setting. But the problem is that those issues we are talking about continue to persist even in research production. Authorship continues to be dominated by academics who are affiliated with Western universities. And even when an academic is not themselves from like, say, they're not a native Finn, they might be a diaspora, they might be an African researcher, they are based in a Western university. They're not based in universities in their countries of origin or even like the regions. They're mostly UK, from the UK or USA. And representation across the Global South is itself not diverse. You're going to find that most of the research output comes from specific regions in African countries. You might find especially that the Anglophone countries dominate. So these are universities like from Malawi, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, and quite a bit from Egypt. There was this blog post earlier on this month by Ilaha Abbasali and Ahmed El-Assal. I'll really encourage you to read it. It was very, very interesting. It was on the London School of Economics blog post on London School of Economics blog. So what they were talking about is how when you are a researcher and you are, say, Kenyan, as I am, and you decide to do research on South Africa, everybody keeps asking you, why are you not doing research in your home country? The expectation is that as a researcher from the Global South, you have singular positionality. You're not allowed to conduct research in a different country, and this continues to impact also South-South collaboration. And you can see that only 16% of development research is generated by the Global South, and most of it always centers on their countries or regions. I thought I had a lot of time and made too many slides. I now have 20 minutes, so forgive me if I go too fast from this point on. But how do we get to that point where we start to make a bit of change? So I'm going to take you through a timeline. So this timeline starts in the 1980s around development research. So in 1980s, we saw a new era in development aid. It was at a time when there was economic restructuring happening in most Global South countries. You might all remember the World Bank policies of the 1980s, which talked about privatization. And many of the, for instance, countries from the Global South, some of them were coming from, they were just 20 years into independence. And the World Bank, together with Margaret Thatcher and Reagan, you might remember at that time, were pushing for Global South countries to privatize everything with the idea that there is going to be something which they call the trickle-down effect. So what they thought was that by doing that, the finance and the financial benefit that comes from privatization will trickle down to the masses. We all know what happened. It never happened, really. What happened is that many countries found themselves in debt in the Global South. And there was also a global political shift at that time. It was during the end of the Cold War, so allegiances were being redefined. And it was a time when we still used to call the Global South the Third World. And that era saw a shift in how development aid was being done. But even at that point, we were still not addressing issues of power. We were still not addressing issues of inequity. It is only in 1998 that we start to see something of that sort emerging in the research space. The Swiss KFPE, and I think you might see this publication in the guidelines that were published by UNIPID, was sort of one of the first organizations to publish something that sort of slightly talked about this. And they called these guidelines for research in partnership with developing countries. And then there was silence. And then in the 2000s, we started talking about, oh, the only way for there to be development is through technology and knowledge transfer. And this knowledge transfer was one way. We assumed that the global north knew everything and the global south knew nothing. And so we needed to transfer information and technology into the global south. But at the same time, we were starting to become a bit conscious about how we were doing development research. We were saying things like we need to have participatory approaches. So we were recognizing that the global south partners might have a voice, but we only involved them at that point when we were actually implementing projects. And it was also a time when you see a bit of publications coming up from the global south which start to challenge dominant development theories of the time. But it's not until 2012 that we really start to talk about inequity in research partnerships. The UK Academy of Medical Sciences holds this flagship conference on how to build equitable partnerships in global health. And I think at that point, maybe people start to think, oh, maybe this is actually an issue. Maybe this is why we need a shift in how we conduct relationships. But you start to see real research and publications only in 2018, so we're not really talking that long ago. So in 2018, suddenly we start to talk about equitable partnerships in more robust terms. We start to talk about decolonization, and this decolonization especially takes roots in the UK and the US, with good, and of course we can understand why there is long-term legacies of slavery and injustices against Black and minority ethnic groups in those countries. So they start to sort of steward that decolonization. But they also do not start from a point of decolonizing research. They start from a point of decolonizing teaching and learning in higher education. So they start to talk about it in that space. And it's only a bit later, maybe in 2020, where they start to say, oops, maybe we need to actually think about the research as well. And we also start to talk about responsible research at that point. And then in 2020, triggered by world activities around that point, and maybe even COVID helped us to be a bit more retrospective about how we behave in this world, we start to talk about inclusion and diversity in research systems, and we start to discuss even more about research culture. And you can see this really, like just, you can use any system, any university system to do a random research about when equitable partnerships in connection to the global south start to emerge. So the first publication really, 2008, Silence and Majority, are from 2019. So responsible research articles, you'll find at least 230, equitable partnerships, at least 180. And from Google Scholar, you'll find, including grey literature, at least 1,700 entries around that. But we are at a point where it's not enough to keep coming up with new buzzwords. Right now, it's all about equitability. That's what seems to be prominent. Responsible research, that seems to be prominent. Anti-colonization. But we know how these things go. 5 years from now, we'll come up with a new word. We used to talk about participatory research. We used to talk about co-creation. Now we are talking about equitability. But we need to think, like, why do we keep stalling? Why do we keep actioning only when we have like specific approaches? We talk about them, we might develop guidelines. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the guidelines that have been developed by UNIPID. I am myself, a person who's developed a few guidelines. But we need to move beyond that. What we really need is a systemic change where we are no longer going to need to be guided just by these principles and just by these different guidelines that we produce. But how we approach relationships with the global south become the total fabric of your research institution. We know exactly what sustainable partnerships look like. This is just a snippet of it. I've put these 4 things here, but we know it's beyond that. We know it's about joint ownership. We know that. We know it's about transparency. We know it's about mutual responsibility, and it's about benefits for all. In 2022, I was working with the UK CGR and WHO Essence to produce a publication which we later called 4 Approaches to Equitable Partnerships. They're definitely not the only approaches to equitable partnerships, but one of the things we did was we conducted a global study I think I'm being too not flamboyant by saying global, but anyway, we conducted a study that included researchers from universities in the UK and their partners in the Global South. And what we really asked them was, what would you say are the things that inhibit equity, and what are the things that enable equity in research relationships? What was surprising is how little many of them talked about funding. They talked about it maybe once, but the things that came up were quite interesting. And the root causes of this were especially seen as assumptions and misconceptions are the root causes of inhibiting equity. And understanding and knowledge is what enables equity. And this tree has issues such as expediency, thinking that doing research with partners from the Global South is charity, and paternalism. Things like that, impatience, insecurity, doubt, misunderstanding, and favorism, and regional disparities as the things that inhibit equity. When we ask them what things enable equity, the things they thought that really matter is being aware. It's being aware about the context in which your partner is operating, and understanding that just because they might not be as resourced as you are, their value and contribution is not less than yours. It's having that shared value, it's having shared priorities, and that's what matters. They also talked about lasting impact. So this is about relationships that go beyond projects. So not looking for your partners or working with your partners only when a call for funding is issued, but it's about engaging them before calls for funding, after calls for funding, and even beyond just research, maybe into other things. It's about skills exchange, not skills transfer, exchange. So they want you to understand, your partners in the Global South, that you're also learning from them, and it's not one way. It's about producing new opportunities with each other. It's about redistribution of that power. So they are not suggesting to give up power, they're talking about redistribution, so that you all come from a point of equal footing. It's about shifting those resources and inclusivity. And you can look at that report. I've put the link there. And it has those specific approaches. Some of them might be able to be applied into a Finnish context, and maybe not all. So how do we really then do a system change? This is something, after thinking about this topic for a long time and working in this space for a long time, it's something that I have thought about consistently. We need to start from a point of reflection on value attribution bias. Due to the context in which you work with partners, one of which is obviously the issue of power asymmetry, there is a lot of perceptions about what your partners are and what value they bring to your relationship. You need to question those perceptions. You need to question the value that you think your partners are worth. And this is in terms of research quality. Do you think research that is conducted or produced from the South is less superior than yours? It's about knowledge capacity, understanding that even though they might be working in resource-constrained environments, they do have knowledge capacity, just in different forms, and knowledge contribution. After coming from that point of reflection, you need to review your motivation for collaborating. We know that most partnerships or collaborations begin from a point of funding. So for instance, if the academy funding ended now, would you continue relationships with your Global South partners? If there was no funding emerging from other sources, what kind of relationships would you have with your Global South partners? You need to review your motivations for doing this. Why are you collaborating with them and not somebody else? What are you looking to get out of it? And you need to be honest about that. And then the other thing I want to bring into the picture today, and which I'm going to challenge the universities here, the policymakers here, and the funders here with, is rethinking the research culture. You need to embed practices that support sustainable partnership across institutions, funding organizations, and policy. And then it's not enough to do all this. You actually need to take action. And action results in accountability. You have to establish accountability by co-developing a clear action plan together with your Global South partners. And you need to monitor it and evaluate it. We want to see evidence. So evidence is a gap that is currently existing when we talk about sustainable partnerships and equitability. And the reason there is no evidence is because nobody really holds anyone accountable. We talk about it. We might do projects where we say, okay, yes, we want this to come from co-creation or co-development, but we need to see evidence. And with this value, and I'm just going to speak about each of these in a bit more detail, but to explain a bit more. With value attribution bias, you know what it is. I've talked about it before. It's about that inclination where you perceive certain characteristics based on what you suppose like a partner or an institution or in a specific setting is and their actual value. But funders, institutions, and researchers need to reflect on existing processes that continue to perpetuate this value attribution bias. So these are things like due diligence processes. If funders are going to demand certain due diligence processes that make it impossible for Global South partners to actually participate in collaboration, they're actually trying to tell them that their processes are of less value and that partnership is of less value. It's about authorship and review processes, and we need to change those practices institutionally and also at funder level. So this is actually taken from the publication I was just telling you about that I worked on in 2022. And these are some of the things we propose around that. So for instance, you need to revise and think about how you develop intellectual property and publication rights. So the blue dot actually represents funders. The sort of purplish one in the middle represents research institutions, and the light purple one is for academics. So it's about monitoring and accounting how authorship of project outputs is allocated. So as you've seen when I've talked about how publications currently are done, you'll find that many of the publications emerge from the global north, where there are very few publications emerging from the global south when your partners are in the global south. It's about rethinking where LMIC partners do not have the capacity to exploit their intellectual property and to develop different models of how you share that ownership. It's about using national legislation to create publication and data sharing policies. So you need to be a bit more inclusive in how you do this. And it's also about identifying from the outset what is the intellectual property that's brought by each partner, and to make sure that you develop fair policies on co-authorship from the onset of your collaborations. And we all know about things like ethics review processes, which sometimes you have to employ when you're doing research collaboration. It is sometimes thought that in Global South, this might be inferior and not as robust. But you need to acknowledge them because they've been designed for that context, and they work in that context to some extent. So you need to acknowledge the differences in such processes and create more of awareness about the extra hurdles that low and middle income countries face in terms of that. And you need to make sure that there's agreement about those and agree that partner institutions can and should be appreciated in doing their own independent ethics processes, and you apply this to joint projects. So that is just one. The other thing I want to talk about, and this one is specifically related to how you're forming these collaborations and rethinking why you're collaborating. We've talked so much about power, equitability, sustainability, but perhaps we need to approach these relationships in a different way now. We need to start from a different starting point. From this point on, I want you to rethink about your partners and talk to your partners by starting to ask yourselves this question. Why do you even want to work together? What is your point? What's the aim? What are the aims of that collaboration? And then from that point, you can really see whether you have a common goal. And if you do, you're going to think about what needs to be in place for you to achieve those aims. And here we talk about the software and the hardware. So the software are things like trust, respect, co-ownership, things like that. The hardware is the hard part because these are policies. These are about institutional processes. So for instance, contracts, which most of the time tend to come from the global north and the global south are asked to sign, many of them who may not even have the legal capacity in their institutions to decipher some of the terms. So this is the hardware. You need to have a quick look about what are those processes that you have in place that could inhibit or enable you to achieve those aims. So I'll ask you to start your relationships from now on from a different point. Start by asking, why are you collaborating? If you cannot find a common aim, you have no business working together. The other thing is to build trust. During the COVID-19, this I think might have happened in Finland as well, the UK cut a lot of funding that had been already predetermined, and some of it was already for projects that were in mid-implementation, joint projects between UK universities and their partners in the Global South. And what we saw, following that period, with some other colleagues, we did a study where we interviewed partners from the Global South about the impacts of those cuts. And many of them said that they no longer trust their UK partners and that they would have difficulty engaging with them post-COVID. The reason being, many of these institutions, some of them, were relying heavily on the funding that was coming from these partnerships to complete projects. And some of them, this might even have been tied to their salaries because of the way the costing is done institutionally. So trust, during that time, what we found out was that trust is a big issue when it comes to collaboration. So I would ask you, when you think about these relationships, when you're defining the aims of your collaboration, think about your point of trust. Institutions in the global north and funders in the global north are risk averse. They always look, most of the time, at global south partners as organizations where they need to rethink about how much risk can they take. So you need to have enough trust and take a risk to initiate that collaboration. Move away from that mindset. And aim for realistic and modest successful outcomes in the beginning. So this is by putting in place contracts that are actually going to support that trust building process. And then from there, you need to start reinforcing trust in attitudes. You need to have trust, and your partners need to have trust, and you need to trust your partners that the aims you have set out to do are actually going to be achieved. And then you can build a robust relationship once you build gain from the underpinnings of that trust. The last thing I want to talk about is research culture. This is something I'm currently quite involved in. I do not know to what extent this is being discussed here in Finland, but it's become a big issue, especially following a study that was done by Wellcome during the height of COVID in 2020. So Wellcome conducted a study where they interviewed academics and ran a survey with academics from the UK and other countries, like global countries where they're especially quite active. And they found that the research culture in institutions is quite toxic. It is competitive, it is non-collaborative, and in turn, it impacts how academics relate with one another. In research culture is what determines the behaviors, values, expectations, attitudes, and norms of how you behave as researchers, how you behave as funders, and how you behave as institutions. A good research culture is one that is diverse, is one that is secure, collaborative, supportive, and open. So that study was especially looking at research culture within these institutions. What it didn't look at is how research culture in an institution impacts how collaboration with Global South partners is then implemented. You cannot sell what you do not have. If your research culture is one that doesn't currently value any students or staff from the Global South in your institution, then you're not going to be able to behave any different when you work with partners from the Global South. So this is a reflective exercise, and this is something that all Finnish institutions should do. You should reflect on your research culture. What is it like? Do you actually accommodate diversity? What perspectives on research and researchers from low and middle income countries do you have? Then how are these portrayed among your staff and students from these countries? And how do these perspectives translate your thinking in external relationships? A transformative research culture looks like this. It has equity and inclusion. It has decolonization of mindsets and practices, and it has accountability. And this is what accountability is. Accountability is when you, as a Global North institution, and your Global South institution take robust measures where you evaluate and you center continuous learning and adaptation in how you conduct your partnerships. This figure on the right is an evaluation that was done on 4 projects that were funded with ODA funding between some UK universities and their Global South partners. What they wanted to analyze was whether these institutions or these partnerships had really achieved their aims around equitability. And you can see what they were looking at, things like how equal was the relationship promoted, and did the partners in that relationship feel that they all had a sense of ownership and responsibility? What informal relationships existed, and how did those partners feel that they were encouraged to do those? Who is holding funding? Who is accessing the funding? Is funding covering spent time on partnership development? How is the partnership engaging with and responding to their contexts, both in the global north and in the global south? And what were the power dynamics that existed in that partnership? How transparent and open were the partners in discussing that and accounting, and how was this seen to account for how they perceived their participation and control in the partnership? Accountability is going to help you generate evidence on what works and what doesn't work. My last point is to let you know that change is progressive, it's not instant. It might feel like the things we are talking about today are things that you cannot influence, and that's fine. Concentrate on what's in your sphere of control. There are things as a research institution that you can do, and there are things as a policymaker you can do, and there are things as a funder you can do. While you're thinking about these partnerships, start with what is in your sphere of control, then think about what is in your sphere of influence. How can you, as a researcher, influence the system, or you as an institution, or you as a policymaker or funder? And then there are things which are about your sphere of concern. And all this should not be done individually. Don't think about it from the context of your institution alone. Think about it from the context of you and your partners. And the worst thing you can really do is talking and doing nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva. That was very, very interesting and very important. Yeah, I think we shall now have a short technical break, but to continue the discussion on this theme also, we can do that during the panel discussion, because that will be sequence of this talk. And all those who are participating online, you have a possibility to write your comments or questions in a chat box. We will also pick those up during the panel discussion. But thank you very much, Eva. And let's come back here. Well, we'll start 5 minutes past 11, so 11:05. Thank you. Okay, now it should work. Yes, let's continue our opening seminar. I'm really glad that so many of you were well, you could have made it to the Academy of Finland this morning, despite all the hinders that we have today. And yeah, we are going to have a very interesting set of project presentations next. All 9 of them. But before our lunch break, the first project presentation will be by a project consortium led by Maria Enström Fuentes and Markus Kröger. And the project is the social, ecological and politico-economic dynamics of ecological restoration through tree planting schemes in the Global South. And I think we have Maria online to give the presentation. Please.
Thank you so much. Yes, my train didn't leave here from Vaasa, where I'm based this morning, so I have to do this online. And my PI partner, Markus Kröger, is unfortunately not able to participate today. So let me start so we don't start off by doing, let's see, just need to this done here. There. Yes, I'm here to present our project. The title was already mentioned, but we refer to it as Trees for Development, or Trees for the shortening word of it. So our project really started from us paying attention to how a lot of pledges are made to plant millions or even billions or trillions of trees in the Global South to deal with the climate emergency. And many of these headlines that we can see here come from different sources, but they're all kind of aiming for using the same method of dealing with the climate crisis is by bringing trees to the Global South. And this is something that perplexed us, and I will move to the next slide and tell you a little bit about who we are in this project. So I am the PI of this consortium based at Hanken School of Economics, and my partner PI is Markus Kröger, as was already mentioned. He's a professor of global development studies at University of Helsinki. Both of us have previously studied forestry politics. We've done research together on this topic in Latin America. And so we have also written quite critically about industrial tree plantations. We know the consequences for local communities that such implementations can have that are often very adverse consequences. And so we really wanted to dig in to the topic of tree plantation to understand what are the impacts locally as funding is channeled to the Global South for these projects. We're in this project not specifically really interested in the big, large industrial monoculture plantations that we've been studying before. We're also adding this ecological restoration to the mix because many of these are also promising to bring ecological benefits in terms of reactivating water cycles, and also, of course, in terms of the development aid goals. So they're also promising to bring improved livelihoods in the Global South. So this is the context where we're working on, and we are now working with a team of highly competent partners at Hanken School of Economics and at University of Helsinki Global Development Studies. We are multidisciplinary, and so we're working within responsible management and corporate social responsibility with the background within Hanken School of Economics, some financial research as well, and then we have political ecology and critical studies of development and of land change at University of Helsinki. We also have already a large interest of master students who want to work on these topics within our team, and so we're also supervising master students during the process. But really, I wanted to shift the focus from us. We are also in the project working. We have a strong team based on what we just heard about the collaboration. Some of these have been long-term in the making, so the trust building has existed for a long time. In those cases, we are just continuing on collaborations, but we also have new partners that we're just taking the first steps, and I really appreciated to hear this presentation before, because I think it will help us also to think through the pitfalls in many ways. But so we're working with partners in Ethiopia, Brazil, Mozambique, and Madagascar, specifically on topics of trees. And again, here, transdisciplinary, we have natural scientists and social scientists involved in this project. So what is actually the aim of the project? It is to offer a detailed examination of different types of ecological restorations that involve tree planting schemes through situated empirical analysis combined with a global analysis of the drivers and barriers. So we're operating here at two levels. We have first the global analysis of the expansion of these kind of tree planting schemes in the global south, and specifically since 2015, when the Paris Agreement on net zero was formed, and that has also influenced a lot of policies on climate change. And so we're looking at that. And then on the second part is kind of a bottom-up approach with case studies from then these 4 countries that we have partners in and that we're also collaborating with in this project. So we seek to analyze both the socio-ecological and the political economic dynamics, and looking at power relations, politics, and equity within these different geographic and historical contexts. So we're also looking at the gendered impacts in relation to women's economic role in agroforestry, and how potential gender inequalities and other forms of discrimination and violation of human rights impact the outcomes of these schemes. Here you can see how we're working. We have a leader for each of these work packages. So Markus Kröger is in charge of the global analysis of the expansion of the tree plantations. I will be looking together with my team on the flows of north-south resources on a global level, looking at partly at the financial flows and the kind of financial schemes that are going into tree plantations, but also on knowledge transfer. And well, is it happening only from north-south, or can we also find kind of grassroots innovations that are transferring south-south to south-north? But mainly the work package 2 is on the kind of financial resources that are going in. Then we have 4 case studies based on looking at specific tree planting schemes in Ethiopia, Brazil, Mozambique, and Madagascar, working very intensely also with our partners, not just the academic partners, but also the partners that we have in terms of NGOs and those that are doing the actual work. We have designed the research in a way that we're looking to have high level of interaction and social impact, both in Finland and in our partner countries. The first one is, of course, on research, collaborating on bringing out research that can contribute to the different disciplines and fields that we have. Here, we are mainly working within the field of development studies, political ecology, and management research. And as I mentioned, also, we do have our partners working on natural sciences and biology. So we're also hoping to contribute on that side. Education, same thing. We're integrating it into our teaching and working with our students on this. We have community practitioners where we're also working to co-create knowledges. We have designed a system where we're working also in the field in a way that is bringing out the local knowledges and trying to expand the methodological boundaries on how to do that locally contextualized research. We hope to bring platforms of interaction with policymakers throughout the project, and also financial institutions in Finland and EU and in our partner countries that can then improve the design and the governance structures of these projects so that they become more inclusive and take into account as well the challenging environment of diversity and this kind of mix of decolonial practices that were mentioned here as well. Finally, we will engage with the public. We've just started, we just interviewed or did our first podcast. We will have quite high engagement with public through podcasts, through other outreach, through open seminars, both in Finland and in our partner countries. Here's just an overview of how we have started. So you can see there are many organizations that are involved in tree planting in some way. There are practices. So, and then there are the overall governance structures that you would usually see at the top. But in terms of how we envision this, that many of the governance structures that come from multilateral regulations, EU regulations, and other kind of initiatives, pledges, and so forth are kind of the root cause why how these kind of different trees, landscapes of trees are growing up through practices. So these are kind of the contexts and organizations that we will be looking into. Part of them may be also collaborating, and the knowledge is that we will also start to try to create a more in-depth knowledge about how do they contribute to ecological restoration. We have, as I mentioned, the goal is to have an impact, social impact through public outreach. And so we have already formed our website. We have a Twitter account. We will be present also on LinkedIn. And our podcast will be launched shortly. And if you want to know more, we also have an email address where you can reach out. Thank you very much. And that is all I have to present at this point. Might be a bit shorter since I'm doing it online and not really engaging there with the public. But if you have any questions, there's probably a little bit time for that here now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can now see my screen and hear me well. Good morning also from my behalf. And unfortunately, I was also not able to join you in person, but luckily 2 of members of my team are there. So I hope you have a good seminar there also on site. So our project is entitled Sustainable Use of Plant Resources to Combat Infectious Diseases, or SUPRIDE in short. And this is, okay, now I'm stuck. All right. So we come from Faculty of Pharmacy at University of Helsinki. In Viikki campus, and I am the PI of anti-infective research group. We are a relatively compact group with 3 postdocs and 1 PhD student at the moment. So Ines and Marit, both of you are there on site. So as said, they are also happy to talk with you later after the presentations. Our partners in the Global South are in the Republic of Benin, a small French-speaking country in West Africa. Here, like representatives of University of Abomey-Calavi, but also we are actually dealing with 2 additional universities in the country. So basically, just to give you a bit of a background, What is this project all about? As said, we are talking about plants, but instead of going directly into botany, I would start to saying a couple of words of antimicrobial resistance, or AMR for short. So you probably are very well aware that AMR is a kind of a very tightly connected with several sustainability challenges. It's both the driver of sustainability gaps, but also a consequence of several of them. And especially the kind of the challenges related to AMR are like pronounced in the global south and low resource settings. We of course have the global action plans how to mitigate AMR. Basically the elements in there are innovation, or like discovery of new treatment methods and new diagnostic measures, and then something that is commonly referred to as stewardship, referring to like the rational use of the existing antimicrobial agents. And these are kind of the two kind of cornerstones that are often mentioned. But then there is the third perspective, which is kind of the access to medication. So you might have heard or read from the newspapers that AMR kills annually some 1.3 million people, but what you usually don't read in the newspapers that the total number of deaths per year for bacterial infections, it's actually up to 7.7 or 7.8 million people. So it just kind of illustrates that the total there are like still a massive limitations in the access to antibiotics, and even in the low resource settings we just cannot solve the AMR problem simply by stopping using the use of antimicrobials there. And this is why kind of this access to medication and access to antibiotics, it's kind of a very inherently present in this complex situation when we need to mitigate the AMR. And it's also kind of the key aspect in considering that what are the mitigation strategies. As mentioned, we have several of them, but actually most of them work well or are kind of suited for the high resource settings, whereas the kind of the low resource settings mitigation measures are way more scarce. So it's been emphasized by the World Health Organization and several other bodies that the mitigation measures, they must be context specific so that they work in the environment where they are mostly needed. And as said, in our case, this context is in the sub-Saharan Africa. Everything that I said so far is very much through there. So they have a high burden of bacterial infections, both with and without the AMR component. One of the kind of typical societal features there is also the very fragile or scarce nature of the healthcare systems. And especially in the rural areas, people, majority of people still rely on kind of traditional plant-based phytomedicines as their primary form of medication. These plant-based remedies or plant extracts, they are accessible for them. They are also affordable, way more affordable than kind of our Western medicine. But of course, the problem is that they mostly lack any scientific evidence on their efficacy or safety, and the quality in terms of the chemical kind of composition or microbiological quality or other safety measures is practically non-existing. And this is kind of the one additional layer of the kind of challenges that need to be addressed. In order to promote this access to medication, World Health Organization is kind of urging governments to integrate or make better use of these traditional medicine systems they have. And that's also the current situation in Benin. So the they have started like a governmental programs to really promote the quality and like in terms of the accessibility and the kind of usability of these plant extracts. And within this context of the kind of local or national governmental action plans is where the SubRide project is coming to place. So the main aim of our project is basically in collaboration with the Beninese researchers to provide evidence on the use of the local plant products to use them to tackle the infectious diseases. So the research that we are conducting within the scope of this research is kind of mostly classical pharmaceutical or preclinical drug research, but of course, in this context with the stakeholders, it's part of this bigger picture where they are trying to build a system where like these evidence-based phytomedicines could be integrated as part of the healthcare system to kind of tackle the AMR problem. So what are we actually going to do then to kind of try to promote this to happen? So the project is organized in the altogether 3 work packages. So first of them focusing or using as a starting point something like one specific predefined plant extract that has like a long history of medical use to treat especially wound infections in the West African area. So we are like kind of pushing this specific product forwards in the like evidence pipeline, so to say. The second work package, on the other hand, is taking kind of a circular economy approach. So we are working on a waste material produced by the local textile industry. Many of the countries in West Africa are big producers of cotton. And there is a lot of this post-harvest cotton waste that is basically just burned. And we are kind of investigating whether this could be something, there would be like more value-added ways of using this waste material as antimicrobial agents. And then the third work package is specifically dedicated to a specific set of infections caused by chlamydial pathogens, mostly Chlamydia trachomatis. And here we also kind of start from like an ethnobotanical survey perspective to really kind of prioritize the plant materials then to be pushed forwards. But just a couple of words about each of the work packages in more detail. So starting from the work package 1, where we work with a specific plant extract from a plant called Uvaria shammae or bush banana. If you wonder if it's really possible to find like highly effective antimicrobial agents from the medicinal plants, I think our preliminary data we have gathered so far tells that the answer is yes. So the minimum inhibitory concentrations or MICs of this plant extract against like both like multi-resistant and reference strains of Staphylococcus aureus are actually very close to the antibiotics that we have commonly in clinical use here in the Western medicine. Within this work package, we do something that we pharmacists call it preclinical development pipeline, meaning it's like a sequential battery of experimentation where we kind of that is typically done for all new candidates in like Western drug discovery projects. And it's, for example, it consists of oral bioavailability, kind of the ability of the active ingredients to be absorbed from the human intestine, also demonstrating the effectiveness in vivo, like laboratory animal models and so on. and kind of the outcome of this work package is supposed to be like a standardized and evidence-based phytomedicine to treat wound infections. Then we have this circular economy approach. So as mentioned, this post-harvest cotton culture waste is currently what is done with it these days is that they are just burning it for heat, and this is of course also a source of some emissions there. So the cotton species Gossypium does have, according to literature, some antimicrobial properties also on fungal infections, but this is kind of very scarce, and actually this industrially cultured cotton species is different, and on the other hand, the chemical conservation of the antimicrobial metabolites in this kind of post-harvest state is not known. So we are kind of conducting a systematic antimicrobial screening on this post-harvest material. Unfortunately, most of the cotton produced in Benin, it's kind of so full of pesticides that it's not of medical use, but there is some 5% of organic cotton that is used as a starting material in this work package. And finally, the work package 3, as said, we are working on chlamydia trachomatis infections, both the sexually transmitted ones and then this kind of a disease known as trachoma, like infectious form of blindness. These diseases in West Africa, they are particularly present in women and especially trachoma, it's affecting children in the rural area, so kind of vulnerable populations. There is currently no evidence of first of all, there is no documentation on the kind of ethnobotanical or ethnopharmacological use of the plants in this respect. No one has ever studied or documented it, and not to even talk about any scientific evidence of the efficacy. So as said, here we start with this ethnobotanical survey on the local traditional medicine practitioners and prioritize the plant extracts to be selected based on the outcome, and then follow this kind of a similar kind of pipeline, but dedicated for the chlamydial experimentation, as was described, like above for the two first work packages with other pathogens. Just shortly about the stakeholders. So of course we are working with Beninese researchers, but as already mentioned, we are also kind of this in the big picture. This is part of the national reform of trying to integrate the phytomedicine as part of the healthcare systems, and that's why there is like a lot of involvement also from the side of the local governments and like the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and then the actors who are like more hands-on with the traditional medicine. Our Beninese partners have naturally like very elemental role in conducting several things related to these aspects, and talking about like the more continuous or sustained impact. Of course, we will have the specific output of the topics to be discussed here, but we are also trying to generate like a working model that the Beninese researchers could follow with other other plant material as well, and that's why we actually are in parallel with this funding secured through DEVELOP2. We are also starting from the beginning of this year. We are also working on an EU-funded capacity building project, focusing on more like on upskilling of the Beninese medicinal plant researchers, and also building local research infrastructure to enable them to kind of continue working on the same topics later on. So here are still listed some of the expected outcomes of the project. So in the big picture, we are kind of aiming at, of course, improving or promoting healthy lives through the kind of tackling the infectious diseases, promoting the socio-economical development through kind of reducing the burden of the infections in the population and locally, but also producing something that would be then transformable on the neighboring countries as well. For the cotton or textile industry waste, then of course there is still this aspect of the reducing the emissions derived from burning the textile industry waste. And all like taking it all together, it's like summing up to this empowerment of the local community to make use of both their like biodiversity, the plant resources, but also of this rich cultural heritage that they have regarding the kind of local use of plants for healing purposes and doing it like in an evidence-based fashion. All right. I think that, yes, that was my last slide. So thank you for your attention. I'm sorry I'm not there physically, but I'm happy to take any questions if you have.
Thank you. Thank you, Leena. Eva, did you have a short question? Sorry. Okay.
Hi, Leena. That was very interesting. This is a bit of a practical question. As with most research around health, like public engagement is really important. So I was just wondering, like, how exactly you're doing your public engagement and community engagement. I know you said you work with community leaders, but could you speak a bit about that?
Yes. So the good news is that in Benin, the traditional medicine practitioners, they are actually quite well organized. So they have a national organization. And the other set of good news is that our Beninese team members have established collaboration with this kind of national traditional medicine practitioner organization. So this is basically the way that enables us to have the direct contact with or kind of engage with these community leaders and the TMPs or traditional medicine practitioners there on field. My French is very bad, not to talk about even the local languages. Many of those traditional medicine practitioners are also, there is not a formal education of becoming a TMP. So they are kind of, I think one of the key success factors that our like local or like Beninese colleagues have enabled is that for several years they have been building connections and building trust between these TMPs and their organizations. And that's definitely this kind of trust between the academics and those virtually all of them, these TMPs being illiterate, like very different knowledge systems, very different ways of handling and kind of approaching knowledge. But I think it's very admirable how they have managed to build this connection and this trust in between them. I really have to say I admired it very much.
Thank you very much. Very quick question. Yes, please.
Joka at the University of Oulu. Extremely fascinating chemical characterization of the effective compounds. Do you know already something, or what do you expect? Do you expect a kind of one major compound, several of them, and do you expect something which is totally unknown or something which is already known?
Very good question. Typically, if we are talking about like a crude extract, it's never one single compound. Typically, it's, let's say, from 10 to 100 compounds in there. What we can do is that we can do fractions and then kind of go down, reduce the number of the compounds to be identified. It will require a lot of spectroscopy knowledge to really identify them. I must also say that when we are working, especially when we are working with the root extract, we don't even know if the compound is really plant derived. There are like a lot of endophytes that are living in symbiosis with the root system of the plant, and actually the active ingredients might be derived by from those microbes and not really from the plant itself. So I think it's really kind of a super interesting and also quite challenging field, but luckily we have quite good analytics people around us. So I'm optimistic we will survive.
Okay, thank you very much, Leena. I think we go forward. The next presentation is one of our health projects. It's small, vulnerable newborns and a transgenerational cycle of health and development, and it's given by Joka from Oulu. Please.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Small vulnerable newborns is a part of my title, but before going to that, so let me introduce our group members who are here present. Could you stand up, please? So Mirja Kivelä is a postdoc who is actually working with one of the cohorts of the present study. Then we have Ninja Silva, who is working with other data from the Bangladesh census area I'm going to talk about. Then we have Eeva Virtanen, who's working on smaller vulnerable newborns as children. And then we have our international, our kind of PIs of our team are listed here, and I am indebted. I had the privilege to join two separate kind of a decades-old North-South collaborations. Myself, my background, I'm a pediatrician, clinical geneticist by training. My research has been on life course epidemiology, quite a lot of collaborations within kind of the high resource world. So I am a newcomer in the kind of a North-South context. What are small vulnerable newborns? This is a relatively new concept which has been kind of introduced during the present years. In the past, typically low birth weight, less than 2.5 kilograms. The Finnish participants know this as the arvoylppö limit, the definition of preterm birth. But actually you can be small for a variety of reasons, and kind of you can divide in two. You can be born too soon, be preterm. So here we have gestational age, duration of pregnancy, 30-40 is kind of the average, or actually average is a bit lower, but then 37, less than that, you are born preterm. So you can be born too soon, or you can be born too small for your gestational age, either at term, or then you can be both preterm and SGA. And the consequences of this, some of them are the same consequences, but many of the consequences and underlying causes are actually different. So it's a very important distinction. So in numbers, in 135 million births in the world, so 1 in 10 is preterm, and 1 million million of them die. This is a neonatal mortality, so the first 28 days after live birth. And then when we go to the small for gestational age, the number by today's definitions, it's larger, 23 million. Neonatal mortality is lower in particular in the kind of a term small for gestational age. And then of course you want to be here where the majority are, but together small vulnerable newborns, they stand for more than a half, so about 55% of neonatal mortality. Even without that, so later life consequences, and these are learned to be appreciated, and kind of the smaller you are born, the more likely you are, like on average, to have lower cognitive abilities, to have kind of various health challenges, to have poorer growth. Of course, a lot of other exposures affect these outcomes, but being a small vulnerable newborn is clearly a risk factor. The global disparity in this type of research is significant, and much of the follow-up studies that actually have shown the outcomes, they come from high resource settings. But there are data from lower resource settings, and by and large the same risks seem to apply. There are not a lot of numbers here, but just to put it brief. So on the left side, if you are born as a small vulnerable newborn, you are more likely to remain short, to remain stunted, and with all the associated health hazards. Then if you are short, if you are stunted, you are more likely, if you are a woman, you are more likely to give a birth to small vulnerable newborn. So there's this kind of a transgenerational cycle, and that's what we focus on in this project. So here we have generations. So we have the kind of a present fertile age generation. In this study, we are studying kind of women and kind of female reproduction, just because we focus on that in the first part. At the same time we collect data, and we are of course very interested in men and their reproduction, but that's not the subject of the first part of this, the now funded part. So being born as a small vulnerable newborn, just simply how it is related to your later reproduction, how soon, how much you have, how many children you have, and kind of whether the children are born healthy. So that's question or aim number one. Then how do the children develop as infants, question number two. Then how do these types of mediating or modifying mechanisms act? That's kind of a basically question number three, which would then be kind of a targets for prevention. So to assess these questions, you would need obviously birth cohorts of now adults, so people in fertile age who would have information from their past and who would have information whether they'll be born preterm or small for gestational age. So in a sense, maternal ultrasound. I mean, you can measure gestational age by last menstrual period, but it is much more accurate if you have ultrasound-based gestational age. And such cohorts are relatively rare in low resource settings, but they do exist. And I have had the privilege to work with the two cohorts mentioned here, which I will describe a bit closer. And actually the idea for the transgenerational study originally comes from our Bangladesh team, and there was a kind of a small scale project already going on when this funding funding was requested for both Bangladesh and Malawi. So just briefly about some numbers about Bangladesh and Malawi on the national level, and also a little bit on the research area. I won't go into them in detail. Both are very kind of densely populated countries. Bangladesh is one of the densest populated in the world, and in the kind of a stage of economical development, Bangladesh is somewhat better off, and also fertility rates in Bangladesh, they have dropped in part because of kind of a consistent policies. National fertility rate is kind of around 2 now, while Malawi is just around 4. So the Bangladesh study, this is based on the pregnancy intervention. I was not involved in that intervention myself, but basically whether at that time there was a governmental food supplementation, so protein, energy and micronutrients at around mid-pregnancy. And the study question was whether starting this already early in pregnancy, so as early as possible kind of improves birth weight and then infant mortality. And then there was also a comparison of different types of micronutrients. And it occurred that there was no effect on birth weight, but on infant mortality actually the early plus multiple micronutrients that was effective, and it still has some effects in the 15 year after that in the children. And in Malawi, the study is in the Lungwena area, which is a relatively it's a rural, and in Malawian kind of a context poorer than average area. Maize is the stable crop as in many areas in Malawi, and the intervention was this was an infectious disease intervention, so more effective kind of prevention of malaria, and then azithromycin antibiotics, so for kind of a presumptive infections given 2 times during pregnancy. And actually this managed to reduce the rates of preterm birth, and also at age 5 the children exposed to the intervention, they were slightly taller and their cognitive development was slightly higher. At age 13, this was no longer observed. These cohorts, they have been followed up. There's a lot of detail here just to show that they have kind of quite a lot is known about these people, and in Minimat about 3,000 people, in Wise a bit more than 1,000 people. The years of birth are here. So what we are planning to do now is to invite the women, and as I mentioned, at this stage we focus on women for the practical reasons that in both these populations women give birth earlier than men, and also kind of we just have to focus on something. So first kind of we just the first aim, just we want to know when they get pregnant, and so we. And then when the women are pregnant, we invite them as early as possible for fetal ultrasound, and we take a blood sample and assess their mental health and body size. So very kind of a basic health assessments. Then we have the child kind of a birth data, and then we invite the child. Actually, we have decided now to have an additional point of follow-up at 24 months as well. So of course it's challenging to you have a number of people you want kind of to invite to your study, but you want to invite them when they are pregnant. So you, of course, they have to take contact. So you have to make a way to contacting this. In Bangladesh, this is a kind of a intensive census area. So this is already automatically part of that routines in that area. In Malawi, we put a bit more effort on inviting all the women at the start, and also interview on them on reproductive traits. And of course, this type of follow-up that will take time, and part of that will extend over the funding period. Then it's also kind of a collaborative study with two distinct partners, distinct southern partners. So there is a kind of a lot of effort on kind of maintaining the very good trust which exists. And of course, some data we want to also to analyze in the European economic area. So we are subject to the regulations of GDPR, which creates some challenges. I won't go into the schedule in detail, other than a part of the questions we can only answer after the funding period. But briefly at the end, so what do we want to kind of learn from you, and what we might perhaps offer to the other partners? And of course, we are a bit of a newcomers, although our partners have very strong kind of a north-south history. So our group particularly are relatively new here. So we very happy to have all general experience and silent knowledge, and of course the science itself, which is extremely interesting. And just on the practical point, so the interactions with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Finland, it would be good, would be perhaps good to have some idea and coordination among us. And just as our plenary speaker very nicely put it in the morning, so trust is, so invest on trust, and if you don't have trust, you don't have anything else. So you have to use time on that, and learn to know your collaborations and collaborators. That's kind of a basically, and why do the collaborators? Why does everyone kind of a participate? What is important in this research collaboration, and what are the reasons of participating for that, and how can this collaboration help you to attain the aims, and also learn from the collaboration history. So I kind of tend to ask quite a lot of advice of my more experienced colleagues from the nitty-gritty details of the collaboration, and of course this means communicate. Thank you very much for your attention. Once again, delighted to be here. If we have time for questions, I'm happy to answer.
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting. Maybe one short question, if there is a question from the audience. No, okay.
I don't mean to dominate. Hello. This was very interesting. So clearly this is a longitudinal study, because
Exactly.
I'm just wondering, now you have the funding.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your thoughts about progression beyond this funding cycle, and the collaboration, and how you'll continue with the relationships?
Yes, so this type of longitudinal study consists of different funding elements at each time, and then of course what you do for each particular moment and period of time is then you kind of fulfill the promises for that particular funding. We definitely have the plans to continue following up these cohorts, in part addressing some of the same research questions, and then there will likely, and we hope there will be new researchers who will answer perhaps some other related questions. But definitely this is a very, I personally see these two studies as extremely important resources to create new knowledge and also to transfer that knowledge into practice. So definitely the aim is to continue.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the fourth and last presentation of the first round. So please, Björn Kleve. This is also one of our consortium projects. Björn is the leader of the consortium, and the other, the co-PI is Juha Kiviluoma. And the project is integrating water balance and energy systems models for improved benefit sharing in transboundary river basins.
Yes, hello, my name is Björn Klöv. I work at University of Oulu as a professor in water resources engineering. And also we have, like I was in the introduction, VTT is the other partner we have with Juha Kiviluoma. And unfortunately, Nelly Putkonen could not come today. It was some problems with the transport. And also from Oulu, we have Associate Professor Ari Torabi Hajiji in the back there. So, yeah, who is also a key researcher or associate professor at in my unit in Oulu. So the title for our project is Integrating Water Balance and Energy Systems Models for Improved Benefit Sharing in Transboundary River Basins. Joo. No, se vasemmalle siis. No, oikealla painan. Olisiko se kuitenkin näistä sitten alaspäin, kun pitäisi laittaa? Joo.
Menikö se ihan alkuun?
Ihan alkuun, niin.
Niin kuin joo. Otetaan näin. Nyt tulee vähän välkettä. Joo, se oli tässä. Noin ja nuoli alaspäin.
Alas, joo, mä...
Hetkinen. Nämä on kyllä...
Tossa se.
Oliko se?
Se oli tossa niin tuossa sivussa.
Teo Nexus.
Toi, joo.
No niin.
Käytän tätä mieluummin sitten. It's good I have this with me, so it's... Joo, mutta tämä on hyvä näyttää. Okay. So, the abbreviation of the project is TU Nexus, and the TU comes from the case study region that we work on, which is Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, and Nexus I will explain to you a little bit later. So the project in itself, we work on water and energy, and here is a picture of the conceptual setup that we have. So we have Tajikistan as an upstream country, rich in water resources. The main source of water is snow melt and glacial melt. And in the downstream region, we have Uzbekistan, which is heavily depending on this water resource for large-scale agriculture. And this is a quite typical setting throughout the globe, actually. We have upstream countries in mountainous regions and lowland countries depending on water from the upstream. Water is very important in the region. Tajikistan, for example, is getting all its energy from hydropower, whereas Uzbekistan, as a low-lying country, has this energy mix where hydropower is only one part of the energy resource. On the other hand, Uzbekistan the economy is heavily dependent on farming and agriculture for a long time already. Well, this nexus, what it means, it is the combination of climate, land, water, energy, food, and this links between these terms or these keywords is what we often refer to nexus. And maybe in the past, our tradition was to manage water and energy and land separately, but we know more and more that we need to manage these in a connected way. Thus comes this nexus form of approach. And that's also why one of the reasons behind our project, why we want to advance the understanding of how water and energy needs to be modeled and managed jointly for improved benefit across basins, across transboundary regions. And some examples is that affecting this complex system is also that climate change affects water resources, obviously throughout the globe, but it directly affects snow and glacial melt. Especially the timing of melt will change in the future. So we know that the glacials and snow will partly disappear, and rainfall will be replacing it partly, but also the amount can change. Then we also know that with climate change, we will have a change in the energy system indirectly and directly, partly due to adaptation of course, for more renewable energy. And this has an effect also on the system. So these are two essential scenarios actually for the region, is more renewable energy and also energy saving. In a transboundary setting, what makes it also, you could say, even more difficult is that we need to have collaboration across the boundaries, which can be very challenging. And also we need to kind of develop two pillars. One is the scientific basis, and the other one is the socioeconomic institutional governance basis. So in a way, this water energy management in these settings build on these two pillars, which must be also, you could say, somehow equally strong. The case study rivers, I don't have time to go into detail, but it is the famous river of the region. One of the famous rivers is Amu Darya, which ends up in the Aral Sea. And you all know the problems linked to Aral Sea, so I will not go into it. And it has this major water resource, comes from the mountains of Tajikistan and those highlands that you see in the map. A key area that we will study is the Sharafshan Basin, which is kind of a sub-basin of Amu Darya. But this basin, also the water comes again from the highlands, from snow and glacial melt, which is part of Tajikistan. And then that water is distributed to the lowlands of Uzbekistan through famous cities such as Samarkand. And actually this water, it does never reach Amu Darya because it's consumed before it reaches due to intensive irrigation in the lowlands. So as this river basin has been not so much studied, we will focus somehow the research on this Sharafshan basin, but we will also work with this Amu Darya as especially the energy system is more connected to a wider region, starting from the Central Asia system, even connections to the north towards the Russian energy system, and to the south to the Afghan, Iran, Pakistan, India, maybe in the future. The objectives that we have is several objectives. Like I said before, a key aspect is to integrate this water energy modeling approach and to develop that approach. That's kind of perhaps is the strongest scientific goal. But then we will also develop methods to assess, we need to assess actually the current status in the region, different type of connections between climate, land, energy and water. We'll also go through an institutional analysis and looking at different other constraints and bottlenecks that are more diverse, of course, than just technical aspects. Then we will develop the energy modeling approach. Also the water models will be developed further. And then these two models will be combined in a coupled approach. Then we will use an approach where we have a different set of tools that are used in social sciences to explore scenarios in the region and do some modeling of these scenarios, and then go back again to stakeholders and ask what these scenarios can mean. An essential part of the project also is to advance and collaborate with the region, and especially then to have this link between Finnish, Tajik and Uzbek collaborators. So there's a strong capacity building collaboration aspect, obviously, in the project as well. The project participants, so in Oulu, we have this background in water, hydrology, environmental aspects also. So water supply, water demand is a key issue in our research. Hydrology is important, climate is important also, but also we work a little bit with energy and hydropower aspects, for example. We have quite long-term collaboration from the region or similar regions with mountainous terrains and arid lowlands from Central Asia, but also even more so from the Middle East. Then VTT is an expert in energy modeling, so they are working with, in particular, with this IRENA tool, which is an open source model, a relatively simple model, which they plan also to give some training on for experts in Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. So it is a tool that has been used already in developing countries. And the idea here is to better integrate the water aspects into this tool, so the water systems can be better assessed. And that is many times very, very critical, especially in the regions that we are studying, where water and energy supply and demand change across borders and priorities change across borders. And we believe that such tools is part of more transparent management and understanding of the system, which is again needed for guidance in the regions and for decision makers. The work packages are here. I'm not going to go through all these, but somehow in the beginning we will look at the current status and institutions, the bottlenecks. We also have an issue with data here, which is actually quite tricky. So let's see how that will go. But we have different other means of working with data if it becomes a bit difficult to get and share, because we can use satellite images, and so we have some type of backup systems for that. With the data here, there are different, in this type of transboundary settings, there are challenges related to, I would say trust is important, but I think the most challenging of trust here is actually trust between countries, because the upstream countries do not always want to share data with downstream countries. So this is an issue. Then we do work with integration of models, as I explained before, and then we develop the sustainability assessment by coupling stakeholder involvement with modeling aspects and analysis, and then we have this training collaboration in the project. We have several milestones. I'm not sure if my time allows to go through it, but yes, we had the kickoff, of course, already, and we have been hiring some staff. We have a postdoc started, Aziza Baubekova, who knows the region quite well. We have worked with her in the past. And then we will have some other PhDs also coming up. We will visit the region actually next week. I will leave on Friday. And then we have starting this institutional analysis, and we will also outline the collaboration during our visit. So what we have been doing so far is that we have had meetings between our two Finnish partners, trying to outline and understand each other. It's quite challenging actually to couple these energy and water aspects, although we have been working with it for a while, but there are always new dimensions that needs to be discussed. So we have been doing that, and then we have had online meetings with our Tajik and Uzbek collaborators, the FAO office in Dushanbe, Tajikistan, and also a representative from Tajik Agricultural University. And then from Uzbekistan, we are collaborating mainly with two universities, the National University in Tashkent, and then the University of Irrigation and Engineering, Tiame. So we have also a postdoc started recently, and she will collaborate more on this institutional social studies and understanding the connections in the region. And there we have an important collaborator in Germany, social scientist or resource economist, Ilkom Soliev, who is also from the region, additional to Tajik and Uzbek collaborators. We will also recruit some PhDs. So that's something that we will discuss next week in the region. We have interviewed a couple already. The challenge there is to actually find, of course, English-speaking students. And then the other is to find highly, well, I would say, well enough qualified to enter our PhD programs. But actually, the Ministry of Water and Energy has promised to help us there in Tajikistan. So we will meet this ministry, and also in Uzbekistan we have set up meetings with Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Energy. And then we meet also the collaborators that I just talked about and some others that are doing work in the region, and also that are doing kind of have this this field of education and research in the region. So the main aims for our visit will actually be to then inform them about the project, to of course gain trust. We do know them from before, some of them, but also to kickstart this collaboration, we need to hear a little bit about what they are interested and what can the collaboration, how it should be best developed. And also we want to know the river basin a bit better. So we are 7 people going to the region, and we visit different type of irrigation canals and hydropowers and villages and farmers, and to get a thorough view of this Sharafshan river basin, and to some extent also Amu Darya. Yeah, I think the summary I don't have time to, but just the final picture of the team, how it looked like in November. It is a bit, we have one new member, Aziza, since then, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Björn. Another very, very interesting and important project that can actually help prevent conflicts and even wars. So, any questions from the audience? Okay.
Thank you. It was very interesting, your presentation, and actually I would like to hear you more about how you're dealing with the issue of language. And also, it caught my attention a lot that you were raising about trust, because also Edo was talking about trust, and he was also reflecting a bit that they're newcomers in these challenges, or so to speak, of how to create trust in practice. So I would like to hear you more, like if you're facing that challenge, like trust between countries, like what are you doing in practice other than getting to know a bit your partners and being in field? I would like to hear more about that. Thank you.
Yeah, well, of course, language is an issue in that region. Well, I've been there for a while, and we do find English-speaking researchers also, but we have in the project, as you know, the regional language is Russian. So we have in this picture here, you see 2 on the left-hand side. They are from the region and working in VTT and speak, of course, Uzbek and Russian. And Ali speaks Persian, which is the main language of Tajikistan. And then so the language is an issue, definitely. And then so we have had that actually was one requirement in our postdoc when filling that position, especially as we wish to talk also to local people, not only to ministries. And some of the material we will have to translate, so that already, especially when we contact ministries, and even though they might speak English. But what's your other? Well, the trust, I think, well, of course, those that we collaborate with, we have known for a while. So I have written some papers with some of them and things like that. But we also see that when we visit Tajikistan, for example, and Uzbekistan, we first go to the ministry, and then through that go to the local collaborators, not to cross this hierarchy of administration, which is, I think, a bit tricky in the region, especially when we talk about data sharing, which is can be quite hot. As you know, hot water is a politically quite sensitive thing. Then we are very fortunate that the relations between Tajikistan and Uzbekistan are quite good at the moment. Let's hope they don't change during the project time, because during the last couple of years I have been in the regions on some visits, and for example, now Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, they are almost at war, so that you cannot have collaboration across these two countries. But yeah, it is a challenge. But at least officially, Tajikistan is also one of the leading countries in promoting UN water, the Congress that was last year in New York, and it's one of the countries that has initiated the decade of glaciers as a hydrological. Well, they stress the importance of understanding the glaciers and the water issues because it's essential, of course, for their country. So, yeah, I hope and so far they have been very positive to our contacts, and also there is a regime shift in Uzbekistan where they want to open up more for Western collaboration. But any advice on that issue would be very welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, now it's time for a lunch break. We're a bit late in our program, but it's not a problem. The restaurant is right here in the first floor, Lasiranta, and 40 minutes is enough for the lunch because I think there will be not much people today there. So let's come back and continue at 1 o'clock. Okay. I guess you can hear me. I hope you enjoyed your lunch here and also participants online. Let's continue with the program. We have a second set of project presentations, 15 minutes each. And the first one is given by Tarja Sironen from University of Helsinki, and her project is Emerging Infectious Diseases in Changing Environments in East Africa. Please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here, and first of all, very thankful for the Research Council of Finland for giving this opportunity to continue our work in East Africa and in particular in Kenya with our collaborators. There's maybe two things I will start with before going to the presentation itself. So one of the goals mentioned in the beginning was actually the enhancement of research careers of Finnish scientists, and I'm definitely one of them. So in 2015, I got my first small foundation grant for work in Kenya. I really was interested in bat-borne pathogens, and that's how it all started. And I was involved in DEVELOP grant to Olli Vapalahti. I was implementing that research, and then now I have my own DEVELOP2 project. So definitely for me, this has been a wonderful opportunity to advance my research career. And here today with me is my co-PI Essi Korhonen and two postdoctoral scientists of the program, so Ruut Uusitalo and Moses Masika from the project as well. And I'm also representing two faculties, medicine and veterinary medicine, and also I'm the director of Helsinki One Health, and since last year also affiliated to University of Nairobi. And I really like this picture because there's two of us from Finland, two of us from Kenya, and this is how we want to do this project. And what is it that we want to do? We want to study what kind of pathogens are there potentially emerging either in livestock or for people. So 75% of all the emerging infectious diseases come from animals, and mostly bats and rodents, and they sometimes have a vector, mosquito or a tick. And we are living in a pandemic era, and it's mainly due to human-made changes to the environment. So we have three objectives in this project that really stems on almost 10 years of collaboration already. So we want to understand what kind of pathogens are present in Kenya and how are the human-made changes or environmental factors impacting their spread, and are we having new risks at new areas, for example. We want to build local capacity to do the pathogen diagnostics. So at the end of the project, we wouldn't be sending samples to Finland, but all of this would be done locally in Kenya. And we want to communicate the results and put them into use. And I have to say that I think this is actually something we can learn here in Finland from our Kenyan partners. To me, at least, this seems that there is a good pathway to discussion and talking about the results, and this is something actually we could learn from our Kenyan partners to do research that is meaningful and to put it into use immediately. And this is what we want to do in this project. So we want to understand zoonotic pathogens, how they circulate between the reservoir host animals, whether it's wildlife or domestic animals. How are they transmitted, either directly or indirectly, to other species and to people in particular? And how are the changes in the environment actually impacting the disease prevalence and hence the infection risk. And to put it into a bit more detail, so we will sample wildlife and we will focus on bats and rodents and ticks and mosquitoes. We will search for viruses and all microbes. We will see if we can find the same in domestic animals or livestock and can we see signs of infection in people as well. And we map this data and we collect also all of this environmental data and then our postdoc Ruth will do her magic and then we try to look for drivers of disease emergence. And I'll show some of the details of what we want to do. I will mention here first of all the ticks. So there is very little knowledge on tick-borne diseases overall in Kenya. But we know that tick species are sensitive to climate change. They are very sensitive to the environment, so they are spreading. We witness that here even in Finland very much, but it is also true elsewhere. So these tick species and tick-borne diseases are threatening, for example, the cattle. They might even cause problems in food production. So it's not only the human diseases, but also animal diseases that we are interested in. And then a few examples of what we would like to do. So in addition to ticks, we are very much interested in the mosquitoes and mosquito-borne diseases. And if we think of the list of priority diseases, this is something we have discussed with our Kenyan partners. So what are the diseases that they find most important and most interesting? And I can tell it's not my rare bat-borne diseases, but it's those that are actually prevalent, actually causing disease. I still get to study my rare bat-borne diseases, but we try to focus on those that are common and actually cause disease. And Aedes aegypti mosquitoes are particularly important as they spread important vector-borne viruses. And we try to understand what are the habitats that the mosquitoes like, and how will that change as the climate is changing, as the land use is changing, and could we predict this, and could we in advance add some mitigation effort if we can predict this. We use VecMap system to collect the data, and this is our local partners have been trained to do this, so they can do the work, and we can follow the process and guide also from distance, so they actually do this research themselves. One of the things, also this is an example, and if you want to hear more, Essi and Ruth are here to discuss this, is to look at the house structure and how does it impact the mosquito abundance. So what kind of houses do the mosquitoes like? And those mosquitoes that actually carry, for example, dengue virus. So this study is to look at traditional and modern housing and if some of them are in a way a high risk for disease emergence. And we do the same for bats. So we focus on bats that like to come to human houses. So Kenya is very high in biodiversity. They have many different bat species, but we focus on those that actually don't mind the people and actually like to come to contact with people. One of them is Mops condylurus bat, which is a tiny insectivorous bat from which we found Ebola virus also, and many different coronaviruses. So it is potentially a source for an emerging infectious disease. So this study, done in collaboration with University of Arkansas, showed that almost 10% of the houses have actually bat roosts. And there's also, the study is now coming out, so the new modern style buildings somehow are better for the bats actually. So that might actually increase the risk to come into contact with bats. This is a study by Riley Jackson, who was looking at also how do people come in contact actually with the bats. So she did a survey of 102 residents and was discussing are there bats? How do you deal with them? What are your attitude? What do you think of the bats? And do you have domestic animals? Do they come into contact with the bats, and how often? The message here is that the contacts are very, very frequent. So they are long-lasting. Many of the bat species actually really like to stay in the same building for years and years, and we can actually go back and capture the bats again and again from the same buildings. They get a bit annoyed when we go there, but they actually return later on to the exact same houses. So we actually tag the bats so we can follow their movements. So the message here is that the human interaction with the bats is actually frequent and sometimes intense. And also the contact to the domestic animals is also very frequent. So there is a potential for spillover. What we now would like to do is actually test the people. Have they been infected with bat-borne diseases, or have their domestic animals been infected by some novel bat-borne diseases or any that we know? And this, what I just showed, is one of the ways of interaction in the project. So face-to-face discussion. So when we go and set the traps for the bats or collect the mosquitoes, we take the time to discuss with the local residents and learn how they see and think about the bats, for example, or the mosquitoes. In this project, we would like to do a bit more science communication through social media and scientific blogs. I think those are very much welcomed. So and something new for us. We've done a bit of that, and we would really like to do more of this together with our Kenyan scientists. We are organizing a One Health course this summer actually already. So there will be a One Health summer school in Helsinki, inviting also African partners, and this is something we want to extend and do even more in the future. And of course, it is important that our findings, for example, when we found the Ebola virus in Kenya, that it is immediately discussed with the authorities and decision makers. And we have good contacts through the decision makers through our project. And this is maybe one of the messages. So at least to me, it's very important to actually go there and meet the people and discuss with them. And I couldn't agree more with the trust. So to do this regularly is really important. And we learn so much more when we go there and discuss as well. And of course, we also publish articles. And then a few other examples. Last year, we conducted a bat education program. As you can see, 700 people were coming to these interactions, and we have a pamphlet called Cool Facts About Bats, educating how important they are, despite the fact that they also spread diseases. And then we do capacity building, and this means setting up diagnostic tests and training the personnel to do this. This is when we found Ebola and went to set up the system, and this is what we hope to do more and more within this project, so that we can actually do the majority of the work in Kenya. And I will end here with one of my favorite pictures. So this is, we were filming a documentary at Taita and discussing overall how can we, well, it was stopping the next pandemic, but overall, how can we actually address the major global challenges? And one of the things I think is that we really need to have an interdisciplinary and a transdisciplinary approach. And here in the picture, we have Paul Webala, who is a bat conservationist. We have Essi, who is our mosquito expert. We have Masika, who is a medical doctor. Then me doing everything in One Health, and Josef Ogola, who is a veterinarian. And we need to add the social scientists here, and then I think we have a good team to address these global challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarja. Perfect timing. Thanks for that also. Yes. Is there any questions from the audience, maybe? Yes, please.
Just for curiosity, because you've said that then the next plan would be to also test if people has been in contact with any of the viruses. How are you planning to do that diagnostic? Is like via PCR or is it antibody measurement?
It will be both of them. So I think we are looking at past infections, so it has to be antibodies, and then we find signs of current infection, then it's PCR. We would like to do syndromic surveillance as well, so then it would be PCR and NGS methods.
Yeah, I have a comment. I think what was interesting since I don't come from this particular field, was very interesting that you managed to combine so many kind of disciplinary things here. And I particularly like the thing about the housing and architecture, and that's sounded very innovative to me. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. And I think we go on with the program. Just a short technical break. We changed the presentation to updated one. But so the next presentation is titled LGBTQI+ and street-level bureaucrats, assessing motives, violence and possibilities for collective advocacy, and by Laura Stark, University of Jyväskylä.
Okay, hello, good afternoon, and thank you for listening to my presentation. So this is my project, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how I got there. Basically, I was doing long-term studying, not longitudinal, but long-term studies in one neighborhood in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and I was studying about basically heterosexuality and gender and poverty. And all of a sudden, people who you could call queer or LGBTQI, they don't call themselves that. And they began to move to this neighborhood because there were cheap rents. And there were many of them. And as there became more of them, they came. And also because the local government there was quite tolerant of them. So I began to talk to them and interview them. So this is the project, is that we are looking at the interaction between these people and the LGBTQI people and the local authorities on the ground at the street level in these countries. Originally, of course, we wanted to do it in Uganda, which is really the hot spot right now with it's with its legislation from last year that makes aggravated homosexuality a death penalty crime. And we tried, and it nearly happened, but then the security situation in Uganda got to the point and also that we couldn't find anyone who had experience with Uganda who was willing and able to be part of the project. So we changed to Ghana, which is having similar legislation going through it. So it's going to be Tanzania, Malawi, and Uganda. Okay, so I've already interviewed over 100. I'm focusing on male-born. There's so many of them, and much fewer of the female-born. At least what I was told in Tanzania, that might not be true. They made the female-born LGBTQI+ persons may simply be less visible. But in any case, there will be one salaried researcher from Ghana, one from Malawi, and we have multiple network collaborators in Tanzania. We still have academic contacts in Uganda that we will be talking informally to. We just won't be on the ground interviewing as we, visibly interviewing as we were planning, and also in Sweden and Finland. And the project is part of the UCAN, Coalition of Africa Networks, at the University of Jyväskylä. Oops. Okay. So basically, what we are looking at is everyday interactions, as I said, and the local authorities that we will focus on, but there might turn out to be more. This is based on my knowledge of Tanzania, are the police, local government, security guards, and local people who are actually sort of considered hoodlums, or thugs by the local neighbors, and they basically prey upon the LGBTQI persons and steal from them. But they say that they're patrolling masculinity, so they have a kind of a dual identity as vigilantes. And so how they interact with the gender and sexual minorities there who were born male identified. Okay, and in most, I would say most, there are certainly some sub-Saharan African countries where the laws are much more tolerant and much more, equal. But I think the majority still have formal laws most from the colonial times that threaten long prison terms for LGBTQI persons. But actually what really happens to them in real life is less known. We know the laws, but we just don't really know what's going on the ground. And that's what this project will look at. So basically how local authorities make informal decisions is a major factor in the well-being of stigmatized groups around the world. But surprisingly, little is known about how and why these actors interact at the street level. And this is just from Tanzania. This is just, and I'm sorry that the font is so small, but basically you've got the judges in the court at the top, then the district police, then the local government chairpersons, local security guards, who are young men hired by residents in the neighborhoods. But there's also municipal security guards who are hired by the municipal government. And then there's the jobless hoodlums, the wahuni, who may see themselves as protecting masculinity. So that's just all the different groups that we will at least try to access. Now, in my field site in Dar es Salaam, it seemed that none of the security actors actually knew what to do once they got these non-conforming gender and sexuality persons. They often knew, these people were not in the closet. A lot of the local authorities knew who they were, knew them, and their neighbors knew them because most of them received income through sex work, so they had to advertise themselves. Otherwise, and they did it also on social media, but also locally, they had to kind of let it be known that they were looking for sex work clients, since they are barred from most jobs and other income opportunities. So sex work was the only thing that most of them could do to survive. But most police did not write the reports that could lead to them being sent to prison for long periods. So they were taken to jail a lot, and there was a lot of extortion. The idea was that they were taken to jail, and then the police said someone needs to bail you out. And that was just whatever money they could come up with. If they had money on their mobile phone, for example, or if relatives or friends could send them money, then they give it to the police. So it was just basic extortion. But the police, although they sometimes used violence against them, they also sometimes helped them when they were being, maybe a client was being violent towards them or trying to steal from them. If they went to the police station, the police occasionally helped, and also helped them when the vigilantes were chasing them. So not always, but it was very, this is one of the things I want to look at. In which situations do the police help? And in which do they not? And is there any logic to this? And I'm guessing there is, but because I'm a social scientist and I believe that people act somewhat logically. Okay, wait, I skipped back. Oh, the research questions. Okay, well, it's for some reason that's not showing the slide that has, there they are. Okay, the research questions are, how, when, and why do local level authorities diverge from formal rules when dealing with non-conforming genders and sexualities? And what are the motives and logics behind these practices, including violence and predation? And we use David Graeber, he's an anthropologist. We use his theory that bureaucrats use violence to avoid having to interpret, because it's kind of times-taking and it's painstaking. It takes energy to interpret other people or why they're doing what they're doing. So it's just easier to use violence. And so using that theory, we're just going to look at next, what are the reasons why local bureaucrats and local authorities, and you can call them security actors, local security actors, why are they not willing to undertake interpretation of non-conforming genders and sexualities? Are there particular reasons? And is violence part of this interpretation? And if so, how to theorize this violence? And then we will also be talking to representatives of NGOs who work with non-conforming genders and sexualities and ask them about how they deal with these local authorities and how the practices of the local authorities and bureaucrats, how do they impact these NGOs and the capacities for self-advocacy and for getting more rights. Okay, and I skipped over something here. So this project is not, as you've probably already understood, a statistical study of legislation or social tolerance or an analysis of social media. Instead, we can look at local practices, including violence, that are less visible to the international development community, but which pose the greatest risks to the rights and well-being of national minorities. And leaders of local NGOs in Africa will be invited to Finland to speak to human rights and LGBTQI+ groups here in Finland. So the data and the aims. So we will try to interview 450 people or have 450 interviews. We may interview some people twice. We're going to go to these different countries twice each, and we'll hit all the 3 countries. And the research, I have a theoretical concept of adaptation to multivocal public authority, which I'll talk about hopefully in a moment, if I remember to put it on the slide. And the project will give clear policy recommendations to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland and to anyone else who is interested. So this multivocal authority, what does this mean? Well, multiple demands are now made on police, security guards, and local government officials. It's not easy for them. They need to adapt to new groups that are coming out, religious groups or advocacy groups. And they are also trying, of course, to filter out perceived threats to local communities. And a lot of what I saw in interviews was, it's not that the police are going out and looking for these people. It's that their neighbors, or often someone that they've never met before, comes and is upset with them somehow. Maybe they get into an argument, and so this person drags the LGBTQI person to the police, and the police sort of have to react in that situation. They have to look like they know what they're doing and they're doing something about it. But very often what happened is that the LGBTQI person got locked up for a few days, gave some money to the police, and was set free. And that's just a typical routine thing. But certainly some of it's coming from below, that people are not happy when they see these LGBTQI people. In the neighborhood in which they live, in which I interviewed them, there was a lot of tolerance. The people were so poor, actually, they said, we have enough of our own problems to not actually worry about these other people who are not heterosexual or normative. So let's see. And did I say something about? Yes, one highly prevalent fear is that these non-conforming genders and sexualities are actively converting or recruiting heterosexuals, including minors, to become like them. And with a few exceptions, the literature is quite silent on these concerns. And this is something that I saw through my interview material, and I would like to pursue this. So, and to understand this, it's really important to distinguish between 2 groups of male-born NCGSs, at least based on my data in Tanzania. So you have sexually penetrated NCGSs, and they could of course penetrate sexually, but they usually took the penetrated position, and they look and behave in a feminine or an in-between manner. 60% of the people I interviewed said, my gender is in between. 30% said that they were female, and only a few said that they were men. So you have this really interesting in-between thing that we don't really have a word for in English. And then you've got, on the other hand, those who are perceived to be real men who could be married with families, but they pay money to penetrate the first group. So, and they are actually, the first group is the one who is blamed for recruiting heterosexual boys and young men, but it is actually the second group. Based on my interview, it's looking like there's indications that it's really the second group who are actually coercing and recruiting and paying, especially young boys who arrive in the city with no money, no relatives, no friends, no options. and so that they are being recruited to be penetrated. And I heard of a lot of stories of men with money just actively looking for them as they arrive to the city. So this is an interesting invisible point in the society where the actual recruiters people are not recognizing maybe what's going on, but the blame shifts to the ones who are penetrated and who look and behave in a more feminine manner. Okay, and so the theory and method is we're using, as I said, David Graeber's theory that he argued that public authorities backed up by violence, which is basically all public authorities everywhere in the world, all are backed up in violence, also in Finland, rarely need to understand what the citizens are thinking. That is, they rarely need to do interpretive labor. Bureaucrats use violence against those who demand alternative schemas because dealing non-violently with them would require too much effort and imagination. Graeber's theory is used here as an analytic tool to grasp the causes and meanings of violence as experienced by interview participants. And we are also using Sara Ahmed's phenomenological concept of the stop. So like the policeman comes to stop. Who are you? What are you doing? Why are you here? And these stopping devices, we're going to also look at those and see how they work in the neighborhoods that we are studying. And it may be that there are not that many stops because the police already know who these people are. But from what I've heard so far is there's a lot of stops when the police sense that someone is actively trying to find sex work clients, like at night on the street. So then you get the stop. And then we're just trying to figure out how these interactions occur. And of course, obviously, how can they be less violent and so on and so forth. And yeah, I've got just almost no time. This is the Uganda anti-homosexuality bill in actuality. And then I have my very last thing, because I've got just references here, is one video that is it possible the video was sent separately, but sorry, just a quick video to show, because we do have colleagues. Yeah. I'll just speak while we do have colleagues.
Okay.
Okay, sorry to be so. Okay. So we do have colleagues in Uganda who are against this bill, and that we will still be talking to. And I wanted just to show this really short clip. We just need voice with this. And to start at the beginning.
Like you and me.
So this is Sylvia Kamala, who is a quite well-known gender Ugandan scholar, and this is her reply, her retort to when they were discussing whether the bill would pass or not. Microphone, yes. Whether the bill would pass or not.
To say that they don't have a right to exist like this law is saying. All Ugandans agree that pedophiles have no place in a civilized society. But let's not make a mistake. Pedophilia and homosexuality is not the same thing. And it's well established, Honorable Chair and members of the committee, that the majority of pedophiles are heterosexual. So it is against our African ethos of Ubuntu, or Ubuntu as we call it in Uganda, when we legislate basically to disappear the identity of a section of our population, or when we penalize a victimless crime. However much we may hate their actions, however much we find them disgusting, we really cannot disappear our fellow citizens. Don't be surprised when this law comes back to haunt you one day. All it takes is a whispered accusation from a political rival to claim that you are gay or that you promote homosexuality.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Very interesting, and I can imagine the challenges of doing such a research in Africa, and well, why not in other countries also. Any questions, please?
Yes, I could read one question from the internet. It's from Rosanna Avento. So she says, thanks, Laura, for your interesting presentation. I'd like to ask, how have you reconciled ethics and permits in your research? Have you received ethical permission for your research in your target countries? Tanzania, Ghana, and South Africa. How do you protect your informants, especially the LGBTQ community and sex workers, from exposure, security threats, and violence that may follow them as a result from participating in the research? And how about yourself? How do you protect yourself, and how does your institution support you from potential security threats and potential violence? Your topic is not an easy one. Smiley face. And for me, thank you, also very interesting.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are excellent questions, and I'll try to answer them really fast. So we have contacts and partners in place in each country who we are just starting now the ethical, we are going to send, all the required forms for each country for each ethical committee. And we have people who are going to help facilitate that, just in terms of letting us know, giving us the forms and telling us where to submit things and things like that. And to be honest, we are not probably going to use the words LGBTQ in the ethical request forms. We are going to go broader and talk about challenges faced by police, challenges faced by young men coming into the city with no money, and we're just going to go take a step back and go broader, because we have to ask those questions anyway. So our ethical consent forms are not going to focus on the sexuality, but in all the countries. And then one thing is, we will not collect any personal data from the people that we are interviewing. We don't need to. We don't need their names. We just need to know what's happening. So we will collect it like, okay, and this is a person in their 30s or in their 20s. We will say male or female or however they self-identify, and possibly their education level. But that's it. That's it. No occupations, nothing that could identify them. So there will be no personal data collected at all, even asked for. And then how do we stay safe? I think the main thing that we did to stay safe was not to go to Uganda and to go to Ghana instead. I've been to Ghana last year, and Ghana is how can I say that? We are in societies that, although they have this legislation, they are fairly tolerant, and I've worked in Tanzania on these questions, and there's no problems. And so the point is, you have to kind of stay below the radar, but we will seek ethical consent, and we will somehow express what we're going to be doing. But I think that one of the things that I want to say about ethical permits in countries, this, at least for anthropologists, this is like the topic on which everyone is silent. No one asks you about it, and no one talks about it, because very often anthropologists don't get the ethical consent because they don't think they will. And nobody, it's a kind of a silent thing, and it's different, I'm sure, in different fields. But I want to say that this is something that maybe we need to talk more about publicly, because there are problems, and there is bribes that you need to pay to get this through. This is what I encountered in the past. I don't think necessarily it's happening now with the ethical commissions, but in any case, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think we go to the next presentation. And we jump quickly to Nepal. The project is technological and socio-economic solutions to reduce indoor air pollution in Nepal. And we have Jarkko Tissari from University of Eastern Finland to give a presentation. Please.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Jarkko Tissari, and here is also two of my colleagues, Juho Louhisalmi and Henna Rintakikka, my PhD students. And I'm researcher, director at the University of Eastern Finland, and my research area has been all my career in fine particle emissions from residential wood combustion. And the topic is today technological and socio-economic solutions to reduce indoor air pollution in Nepal. And some background: nearly half of the world population cooks their food
by burning coal or biomasses. And this happens typically over open fires or on rudimentary. And these are often unvented stoves. And this produces to indoor air many dangerous particulate pollutants and also carbon monoxide and other toxic pollutants. And these indoor air levels are 20 to 100 times greater than World Health Organization guidelines. And I checked situation Nepal or Kathmandu on Monday. Nepal is one of the most polluted countries in the world. And 24-hour average was about 40 on Monday, and it was 3 times higher than World Health Organization guidelines. And these pollutants reduces the average life expectancy in Nepal by more than 5 years. I saw shortly how the air quality forms, for example, in Nepal. And main emission sources are motor vehicles, cook stoves, industry, and waste burning. But when these are connected to the forest fires or long-range transponder smoke from India, sometimes air quality can be poor. So these sources are mainly primary emissions. These emissions disperse, transform, and dilute in the atmosphere, and they form so-called secondary organic aerosols in the atmosphere. And the outdoor air is a mix of these primary emissions and secondary organic aerosols, and also the long-range smoke. Aerosols, especially soot particles, deposit onto the ice and snow in Himalaya region, melting more efficiently snow and warming climate. And as said, these have also large health effects. We can try estimate risks and prepare recommendation for politics. And if we check more or concentrate more in these households, there is more and more influencing factors affecting the emissions. Combustion technologies are very simple. Also, so-called improved cooking stoves are very simple as compared to, for example, Finnish appliances. And as I said, many stoves operate without chimney, so they produce emission directly to the indoor air. But there is also other sources cooking from aerosols to indoor air. And if the smoke comes out, if there is chimney, emissions goes to outdoor air, but comes back to indoor air also. And also the neighbors affect the concentrations, but there is also larger background. For example, the Nepalese large background what affects the concentrations. So outdoor air include home own emissions, neighbor emissions, and general background, and this comes to indoor air. And on the whole, there is several variables to taking into account when assessing the indoor air concentrations in, for example, in Nepalese homes. We have very challenging topic, but we aim to find out the most effective techno-economic and socially acceptable measures to reduce residential biomass combustion emission from Nepalese rural houses and lower exposure, especially to women and children. And this project is divided to 6 work packages. First is indoor air, second is combustion technologies, third is outdoor air and emission inventories, fourth is mitigation and policy, and 5 is impact, and 6 is education. And I present first our project partners, and after that if I have time, more specifically the work packages. First group is our group, Fine Particle and Aerosol Technology Laboratory at the University of Eastern Finland. And we are responsible of the project, and we have more than 20 years experience on combustion technologies, formation of emissions, emission factors, and reduction of emissions. And we have a so-called mobile small-scale combustion simulator, and this is a very efficient way to test food combustion appliances and their emissions. And second group is led by Marko Hyttinen. It is indoor air and occupational health research group at the University of Eastern Finland. Their core is mitigation of exposure and control of airborne contaminants in indoor air and also working environments. And they aim is minimize to adverse health effects. And they focuses exposure assessment, health effects, and risk assessment. And third group is from Nepal. It is a renewable and sustainable energy laboratory at Kathmandu University. They have several thematic areas in research, but for this project, the clean energy transition fit very well with our project. And this laboratory is led led by Professor Sunil Lohani. He's here today in the panel discussion. And the fourth partner is Tribhuvan University. It's also in Kathmandu. And there is Professor Riina Bayanju. And they studied air pollution emission sources, and they have also done emission factor and emission inventories, and they developed country-specific emission factors. And they have also studied or measured outdoor air concentrations of different kind of pollutants. And if I shortly go the tasks, all tasks we will perform with close collaboration with all partners. In the VP1, we assess indoor air quality by performing experiments in Nepali houses. And this VP is led by indoor air group. And in VP2, we evaluate and develop existing stoves, aim to improve energy efficiency, fuel consumption, and reduce emissions. And this VP is led by my group. And we will do measurements, but this happens in Finland. In our unit, we use typical Nepali fuel and stoves types in the experiments. And very new in these experiments is that we aim to include secondary organic aerosol potential in the measurements. We use this kind of photochemical emission aging flow tube reactor, which is developed at the University of Eastern Finland. And in VP3, we try to find out how the using of stoves affect the outdoor air. And this VP use data from VP1 and 2. And there is also part to improve Nepali emission inventories. And in VP4, we produce plan or recommendation for clean cooking transition. These are led by, these VP4, 3 and 4 are led by Nepalese partners. But I could finish this, our project with 2030 goals 3, 7 and 13. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jarkko. Very interesting. Nepal. Nepal was we got many applications actually that focused on Nepal for some reason in this DEVELOP2 call. But yes. Any questions from the audience or maybe online? No? Eva?
This is actually very interesting. It resonates to a project I did almost similar in 2009, where we were looking at pyrolytic stoves to replace the 3 stone stoves in Kenya. Anyway, what I want to talk to you about is, and it's a question or a comment, is about the socioeconomic evaluation versus the technology evaluation you're planning to do. So what we found out in 2009 was that how people relate to cooking and fire actually impacts the technology they choose. So the cooking activity itself is not just about cooking. Like fire is also used for heating, and it also has the social connotations. It's a time when like the mother sits with the children around the fire and bonds with them. And we didn't expect that, and we didn't expect that to be quite instrumental in the technology use. The other thing we found out was willingness to buy, so purchasing power. So we found that even when a technology was really energy efficient and much better at reducing indoor air pollution, if it went above a certain pay level, people still chose to use the less efficient alternative. So I'm not saying these are similar scenarios with Nepal, but I'm just wondering, like, to what extent you're planning to really look at the socio-economic aspects and not be too engineering and think so much about the technology only.
Our part is more concentrated technological part, but the Nepalese partners are more. They know their conditions, so.
Yeah, I actually kind of wanted to follow up what Eva just said, because there are studies which demonstrate that kind of changing the technology, that type of wood stove technology affects the whole society, and actually it has gender-specific consequences. So is there a way you can kind of mitigate and at least explore or mitigate the consequences which will follow when you introduce new technologies?
There has been several projects during last 2 decades in Nepal, and they have measured and studied how to implement new stoves in real life there in Nepal. There has been some problems, but we rely our Nepalese partners that they have best knowledge about that. We produce to this project our knowledge about the emissions, their formation, and I have found that even now in the project that we have ideas to in simple ways to better the combustion in these appliances.
And one more quick question from Pushpa from online. He's asking that as someone from Nepal, how can I follow up on this research? And he's glad that this project is there, and thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, we have planned to prepare web pages where is the all information from this project, but it is not yet reality, but soon. We have the interaction plan also as in all projects, and we will do that.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, let's jump back to Africa. The next project is towards sustainable harvesting of African edible bush cricket for enhancing food security and rural livelihoods in East Africa. And it's given by Anu Valtonen, University of Eastern Finland.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here. So I'm working in Uganda, and probably a topic which unites Ugandans. I have never met an Ugandan who would not love this species. It's called edible grasshopper, or senene in Uganda. And the big so my background, I'm an sort of an animal ecologist. At the moment, I'm working part-time in Umeå University in Sweden and University of Eastern Finland, Joensuu campus, where the project is running. So the big background is food security. We all know this. This is probably something that I don't need to introduce so much, but the global food production system is challenged by many factors like climate change, overgrazing, land degradation, urban expansion, challenges to get water to irrigate the fields, over-exploitations of stocks, pest infestations, and increase in land allocated to non-food production. And we should really increase the amount of food produced. And, for example, climate change is now challenging this. And then the latest statistic from FAO came 2022, showing that the prevalence of undernourishment has been increasing. And if you look at the Africa there, it has been increasing on two different regions, Eastern Africa and Middle Africa, from around 25% to more than 30%. So this is the situation, and we work in East Africa. FAO also produced a report, Edible Insects Prospects for Food and Feed Security, where they emphasized that edible insects are a nutritious and healthy source of food. They are rich in protein, rich in good fats, vitamins, fiber, minerals. Different species vary in how the quality is for human food. And there are many parts of Africa where they are important for food security. This is not a novel food. This is something that has been used there since ancient times. Price can be comparable to meat, so in some occasions it's higher than meat, which shows that it's really highly respected there because people are willing to pay prices higher than meat. In some occasions it's lower than meat, so it's similar sort of respected food, rich protein food. Usually they are harvested from nature. There are limited rearing, which also I'm part of this, but we are not doing this in this project. So when have insects been used? Where are they used in the world? So for the answer, when, the answer is always. Julie Lesnick wrote a book about edible insects and human evolution, showing that this has been food throughout our evolutionary history. It has been something which was there as a reliable source of food, as protein. And of course, our closest relatives, chimpanzees, are also using. And then if you look at the map, where in the world we have recorded edible insect species, the global tropical regions are there well represented, especially Mexico, China, India, but also in Africa. And then if you look, what are these species that people are eating? Most of the species are beetles, but there are also Lepidopteran caterpillars, ants, bees, wasps, and grasshoppers, crickets, which we are studying. So there are many different insect groups which are consumed. So the traditional method has been wild harvesting. Here we have the wild harvesting sort of seasonal schedule from Democratic Republic of Congo. This is from the FAO report. So it shows for different months the protein source that the people are getting. So there is fish, caterpillars, and game. So different months, different sources of protein become available and people use them. And there are some months when, for example, fish and game has been not available, and then they harvest caterpillars instead. There is another example from Thailand. So different months, there are different species which come out for wild harvesting. So this is the species that we are studying. This is the Senene, the African edible bush cricket. It's the scientific name is Ruspolia differens, belongs to Tetticonidae. This is the most valued and the most traded edible insect species around Lake Victoria Basin, especially in Uganda, but it's also being used in Tanzania and Kenya and some other countries in East Africa. It's considered as a delicacy food and price, yes, similar to meat in the market. So this is this is something that people get very enthusiastic about. If we go to taxi in Kampala, for example, and they ask what you do, and we say that we study senene, they are immediately thrilled and they want to know where do they come from. So we are trying to answer a question which all Ugandans want to know: where do they actually come from? It has high nutritional value, it's rich in protein, rich in fats, and it's also valuable source of minerals and these good fats. So here we have the, you can see the insect, and this is how it's traded in the market. So I will show you the harvesting system. So traditionally they were harvested from the fields. So when the swarms landed to fields, people ran out there and started collecting them. And this is still taking place in the rural Uganda. Just a few years ago, we were doing fieldwork in Kipale National Park. We were in forest doing working for another project, and we heard that the whole village went just crazy, and they were shouting for a long time that come and harvest, the senene has landed. So the whole village ran to the fields to harvest them. So, but that was daytime. But this is the modern way of harvesting. So these are light harvesting stations. They have very light, very bright lights. These are mercury bulbs, which are there at the night, and then they place these roof sort of metal sheets which stick from barrels. And the dots that you can see there on the sky, those are senene flying. They are attracted to light when they are swarming. They hit those metal sheets and slide to the barrels where they are then harvested. And it's actually really badly known how much these are harvested each year. There is no statistics. But there are some records that these harvesting stations can catch up to 800 to 1,000 kilo per night. So this is a significant source of food. So if you are now wondering what these taste like, this is, okay, I will first explain these pictures. This is how they are being sold on the street, on the road streets. So those are fresh ones, and then you can also buy them as roasted or deep fried. They are not eaten fresh, but I mean raw. They are always either boiled or sun dried or roasted, and they come available twice a year after the 2 rainy seasons. And if you're wondering what do they taste like, then these are evolutionary, like taxonomically, these are arthropods. So these are the closest relatives that we eat here would be like prawns or crustaceans. So if prawns are pink and aquatic, these are green and flying, but basically similar kind of food, like nutritionally and taste-wise. So the development, there are these nymphal or young stages when it develops from egg to adult. It's quite long developmental time, and there are 2 phases: non-swarming and swarming phase. And the source of swarm is poorly understood, and it's also, there are records that the harvest yields have decreased recently. So it's possible that the stocks are over-harvested. But there is no scientific studies on that. You can there see the 3 color forms and the life cycle from egg to adult, which is the sort of life cycle. So there are some reports of the declines of these harvests. This article in The Guardian, which came out last December, so it was the last swarming season, yeah, where have all the grasshoppers gone? Uganda's insect traders struggle to find protein-rich bugs. So this is the reality. The last swarming season was really bad, and now they are trying to. The question is that where do they come from? We have to understand where they come from if we want to protect the stocks. So that's exactly what's the goal of the project, to improve the understanding of the harvesting effort. So what are the how much are harvested, where do the swarms come from, and then hopefully in the end, when we have a better understanding of the land types where the swarms come from, then we could our aim is to develop a management and conservation plan together with the Ugandan researchers and Ugandan stakeholders, where we would put up the information, the scientific information, biological information of the species together. So this is a social ecological system where we have the social system, which involves the land use type changes and the harvesting. And then there is the ecosystem part. So if we want to understand the light harvesting yield, we have to understand where these insects come from, where the abundance of swarming adults produces the yield. And again, it's the young developmental stages that are actually producing these swarming adults. And again, it's the land use system there which either allows them to breed or not. So the goal of the project is to understand which land use types, what the densities are in different land use types, and if we understand where those swarms actually come from, then we can start planning the conservation and management. So we have done already some work during our previous projects where we did no choice and multiple choice experiments to find out what they feed actually in the laboratory. So this is work that was done in the Uganda. We offered them a range of different grasses and we measured which grasses they accept and then we did multiple choice. So we know that they feed on a wide range of the local grasses. So there is strong evidence that they come from grasslands. And we also, this summer, after I submitted this proposal, this summer we got data from stable isotopes, which shockingly showed that actually they are flying really long distances. So based on non-exchangeable hydrogen isotopes, 77% are probably local, but then the rest can actually come from really far away, probably Kenya, South Sudan, and Ethiopia. So basically this did not destroy the research plan that I did, because most of them are local. So it's really important to know where they are. Also, it's a panmictic population across East Africa. So this means that probably if we want to conserve the species, we should not look just Uganda, we should look the whole East Africa. And we also did the genetic analysis with using CO1 gene. There is a very large variation, but they are completely mixed. So this means that the populations are completely mixed, and there is a lot of long distance movement. I would like to thank people who made this project possible. In the Heikki Roinen, whose project I worked as a postdoc previously. So I inherited this research from him, and our two from Kulu University in Uganda and Makerere University in Uganda. We planned this project together with them. So this is a very strong collaboration with Ugandan universities. We are at the moment recruiting staff to the project. So Koen Westerdun, he's now in Oulu, but he will come to work in the project soon. And Saskia Wutke in UF will work on this project. And we are currently recruiting the Ugandan researchers. And Canada is helping us with for the funding, previous funding from the Academy of Finland around from 2015 to 2019, where we were actually working with the rearing. And we also have a current funding from Belgium, where we also continue with the rearing theme. So we try to find out methods to rear the insects so we could get them reared in a larger quantity. And then I thank you and ask if you have questions. There is an edible insect vending machine from Japan. It's can you eat? So my goal is to have an edible insect vending machine in Africa.
Thank you, Anu. Fascinating. We are waiting for the vending machines also to be installed here at the Academy of Finland. Yes, any questions maybe from the audience or online? There is one.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Just interested in one detail about this. Are these senenes also pests? Like if you don't eat them, they eat everything on their way. So is it like with the weeds that if you can't beat it, eat it?
No, they are almost never a pest. There are some very rare occasions where they have landed in grain fields, but this is extremely rare. So this is generally not a pest, but there are other species like locusts in Africa, which are pests, and they are also theoretically edible, so they are really rich in protein. But I would say that, this is something that they love. This is their cultural food in Uganda, but let's say locust, it's also associated with pesticide use, so people don't naturally think it very much like food because it's associated as a pest and as a negative thing. But this is a positive thing, positive species. Yeah.
It's quite interesting. My husband is Ugandan. I'm not allowed to eat in senene because it's his totem.
Yeah, I know some different tribes have this.
Yeah, so I tend, well, yeah. So anyway, I was just thinking about the fact that there's been low yield in the last few years, whether you're going to try and correlate that with any of the climatic changes.
This is difficult to study. In Uganda, some parts, most parts of the western parts, there has not been a really change in precipitation. But I know that when you go towards the Horn of Africa, it has been drying and the climate change is much pronounced there. So I would say that in the future, probably the drought will be, in parts of East Africa will be challenging for the species. But it's at the moment we don't have a very strong precipitation change, at least in most parts of Uganda where we are working. But yeah, it's something that we are, because we don't have time series. That's the big problem. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And then the last project presentation, we go back to Nepal. The project is Transition Pathways Towards Gender Inclusion in the Changing Musical Landscapes of Nepal. The project leader is Heidi Westerlund, but the presentation will be given by Daniel Tracy.
Yes.
Please.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. So as already mentioned, I'm Danielle Tracy, and I want to begin by thanking everyone for the presentations so far today. The keynote and hearing about everyone's all the other projects has been really inspiring, so thank you for that. I'm one of the researchers in what we're calling for short the Amplify Her project, and unfortunately, as was mentioned, our principal investigator, Professor Heidi Westerlund, couldn't be here today. She's on a research visit in Australia, so she sends her best greetings, but I know that we have at least one of our team members online, Pushpa Palanchok, is here with us there. So my idea for today that I'll begin by laying out some of the background for our project, Transition Pathways Towards Gender Inclusion in the Changing Musical Landscapes of Nepal, or Amplify Her, and then I'll present the main ideas from our research plan. So this project's empirical research takes place in the context of Nepal, where our aim is to improve the societal role of women, and in this way to address Finland's main Agenda 2030 priorities, so namely the cross-cutting objectives of gender equality, and in particular strengthening the rights and opportunities of women and girls, and also equality within and among countries. The project's transdisciplinary research, however, is not conducted simply about or even for Nepali society, but through collaborating with Nepali researchers and research participants to contribute to international scholarship in music, and music education, and more broadly. Our Nepali-Finnish research team, who I'll introduce a little bit later, and who have grown out of a more than 10 years partnership, has set ourselves the tasks of seeking understanding first of how musical practices, understood as social practices, are interconnected with social hierarchies, such as gender exclusion. Second, of what it takes to resist deeply sedimented exclusionary social structures in music making, so in this case, by Nepali women. And third, of how reconfigured, gender-inclusive musical practices in general could drive nonlinear, emergent, transformative change towards gender inclusion and democracy. Oh, sorry, our formatting did something weird in the email sending. Apologies. I think you can still read it. So, whereas researchers in music have typically promoted musical autonomy or revealed structural problems but then stopped at that, and Amplify Her, we move towards what could be through various artistic, pedagogical interventions. Conceptually and methodologically, we draw from critical socio-ecological systems thinking and design thinking, particularly as it has been presented in post-developmental colonial theories. We also draw from critical heritage studies that combine the humanities and social sciences and feminist scholarship and ethics. In our interventions and impact work, we apply theories of placemaking from anthropology and urban studies, as well as the concept of public pedagogy to public music performance. We also developed the idea of ethical trans-epistemic synthesis in our research on transformative cultural leadership and stakeholder collaboration. But why focus on gender as a sustainability issue in the context of music in Nepal? Nepal's annual community rituals and festivals provide the main social spaces for sustaining the collective identities of the over 100 ethnic groups that traditionally do not share their practices with each other. These festivals are contexts where traditional musical practices continue to form the very center of collective life. This picture illustrates a typical scene in Nepal, what might go unnoticed if one only concentrates on the musical sounds and their quality, as is common in musicology or music education, is that the traditional social formation of community rituals in most cases involves only men. With the Agenda 2030 idea of the interdependence of the sustainability goals, Amplify Her pays attention to the absence of women in these publicly performed and constantly repeated rituals as more than a musical problem. Rather, this absence reflects Nepali women's generally subordinated position in society and lack of political agency in all fields of life. Patriarchal music practices mirror traditional religious, community, and family values and norms, even as the country tries to move away from these through its various policies. The country has a separate Ministry of Women, Children, and Senior Citizens, which can be seen to illustrate how hard it is to change the position of women in Nepali society. Although change is taking place in Nepal among the younger generations, and although the country is clearly in a stage of transition, women and girls in Nepal still have patrilocal and village exogamous marriages in which their use of time and movement outside the home is controlled. It is common that women do not participate in decision-making for their families or communities, as such decision-making is a man's responsibility. Boys are also more likely to be educated while a daughter's education may be seen as a bad investment, since daughters will leave home to live with their in-laws. Despite the legal age of union in Nepal being 20 years old, and the state banning child marriages already 60 years ago in 1963, more than 1/3 of young women aged 20 to 24 reported being married by the age of 18, and about 10% by the age of 15. Poverty, the low value of daughters, lack of access to education, the caste systems, and the patriarchal culture all contribute to the prevalence of child marriage, which put girls at significant risk of abuse and violence and negatively affects their education and health. In music, the Hindu beliefs common throughout South Asia, which see women as impure, stigmatize Nepali women and girls, and this stigma translates to material objects. This means that in some caste and ethnic groups, women are forbidden from touching musical instruments or singing. The deeply rooted belief that menstrual blood is impure and that menstruating women should be isolated, however, is hard to change. Despite being banned by the Supreme Court in 2005 and criminalized in 2017, a practice of requiring menstruating women to live outside the home in huts or animal sheds for the duration of their monthly menses persists in some areas of Nepal. Reporting on this practice, the Kathmandu Post stated, quote, "It's very difficult to eradicate a tradition that has been practiced over a very long time." The stigmatization of women translates beyond long-standing rituals to popular music arenas and livelihood opportunities for female musicians. Although popular music is an increasing work opportunity for Nepali musicians, it is rare to see female performers on stage in bars and restaurants, as such performers, according to ethnomusicologist Anna Sturr, walk a fine line between artists admired for their talent and skill and low-class entertainers or prostitutes. Moreover, in my previous research, women told me how they stopped gigging in pubs due to rude and intimidating reactions and comments from audiences. At the same time, there is increasing concern among Nepali musicians regarding how the country's intangible music heritage could be kept alive. Our project connects the concerns of gender equality and music heritage by promoting heritage activism in its critical mode. As I have described, the current way intangible music heritage is publicly performed in Nepal could be seen to sustain unsustainability. This means that there is an urgent need for more complex social lenses in how UNESCO's recommendations for intangible music heritage are implemented. Preservation is not enough. In Amplify Her, we even raised the question of whether sustaining the music heritage is possible in Nepal without a fundamental social transformation towards gender equality, since every week thousands of young men in Nepal migrate abroad for work. While the mechanisms driving gender exclusion are somewhat covered by earlier research, in this project, we aim to identify context-specific drivers for change against those mechanisms, especially as proposed by Nepali women and female musicians themselves. Our objectives are to co-develop systems reflexivity and co-design systems interventions with girls and women, and by using soft systems methods, co-create leadership visions towards sustainable musical landscapes in Nepal. A central objective is to co-construct new gender-based conceptual systems frames, particularly in the context of musical heritage and heritage activism. The project is divided into 5 work packages. the first 3 of which involve interventions or transition co-designs, as we call them, in communities, schools, other music education contexts, and the Echoes in the Valley Festival. The ethics of the transition co-designs will be reflected upon throughout the project and forms its own work package. The project involves conscious risk-taking in putting at the center the strategies of public pedagogy in gender-inclusive co-designs. Here, the underlying belief is that women's presence in public musical performances, especially those that are highly valued culturally, does indeed matter in processes of change. Methodologically, the generative, collaborative explorations can be framed as a curiosity-driven, catalytic, and goal-directed system for robust, expansive co-learning. Societal impact in Nepal will be achieved through multiple activities and making space for women's stories. Related to Work Package 4, we will produce white papers for decision makers and various stakeholders in Nepal and collaborate with international agents such as UNESCO in Nepal and the Folk Music Institute in Finland. We will also work with famous Nepali music bands to guide public interest in music and sustainable development. Our focus on the interrelation of music with the Sustainable Development Goals will be the main impact topic for international academia. For instance, we will organize a conference in Kathmandu for the International Society for Music Education South Asia Network under the special theme of gender in music education. So I've been talking a lot about we, so you've probably been wondering who this we is. So here you can see our team. So in addition to Professor Westerlund, our team consists of 2 young Nepali musicians and music educators, Pushpa Palanchok and Prem Gurung, who have applied to the doctoral program at the Sibelius Academy of the University of the Arts, Helsinki. These 2 Nepali researchers are working in close collaboration with 2 Uni Arts researchers, Vilma Timonen and myself, Danielle Tracy. Both Vilma and I conducted our doctoral studies in Nepal during Professor Westerlund's Research Council of Finland-funded Global Visions project. 2 more Nepali researchers will contribute to the project, Dr. Lochan Rizal and Rizu Tuladhar, both from Kathmandu University. An advisory board and international network of experts in feminist studies, placemaking and public pedagogy, sociology of music education, and policy of music heritage will contribute to the knowledge production of the team. When we were preparing the presentation together with Heidi, we were reflecting also on the rather intense media response to the DEVELOP2 funding decisions last fall. And when we were thinking about how to summarize the project, we reflected on a question that one of the journalists asked Heidi. They asked, what's there for Finland in this project? And based on our discussions today, maybe that's not a huge concern in the room, but it was something that we were thinking about out loud. So in the bigger picture, the answer is the Amplify Her project shows in one context how music culture is connected to the social, economic, political, and ecological dimensions of sustainability, and therefore the necessary conditions for music and musicians also in Finland to fully contribute to the UN Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. While the project suggests a shift in musicians' mental models globally, it, at the same time, and importantly, as we're also talking about sustainable partnerships today, it supports the academic careers of the Nepali team members and promotes the value of the Global South and Nepali women's experiences in global knowledge production. In this sense, the project strives toward awakening the moral sense and eco-political awareness related to professional music making at multiple levels and both locally and globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daniel. Yes. Well, in this room, I see there's no need to defend the aims of these projects or any other project. Of course, the whole Development 2 program, the starting point was the Development Goals 2030, and those are global. So, but it seems that every time we have to explain, but let's explain and defend. Okay, please.
Hello, my name is Vesa Varpla. I'm from the Research Council, from the Communication Department, and I would like to